Whoa! Look at the size of that bass!
The Strike King Bassmaster College Series presented by Bass Pro Shops College Bracket at Lake Greenwood is brought to you live by Lews.
This final day here at the Bassmaster College Series Classic Bracket presented by Lews, Greenwood Lake there in South Carolina. We have whittled the College Series down from over 250 teams competing throughout each regional to make the national championship. We separated it down to just 8 individual anglers for the bracket, and now it's just 2 anglers fishing for a Bassmaster Classic berth. What a season it has been, and it all comes down to this final day. The 2 anglers competing on Championship Monday here for the College Classic bracket. Lewis Manetti from UNC Charlotte, some big fireworks on day 3 of this bracket, the semifinals. Lewis Monetti with a 6-pounder, adding a couple other 4-pounders to win his matchup and have the biggest single-day weight of the bracket we've seen this week. 16 pounds and 14 ounces for Lewis Monetti. Got it done and advanced. Meanwhile, it took a couple late-day fish from Seth Slanker to pull ahead at a big enough margin over Tyler Christie to advance in his portion of the bracket. Seth Slanker from Florida Gateway College. These 2 anglers, one hailing from New Jersey that lives in North Carolina and the other from Florida, have come to do battle in South Carolina today, the final day of the season. One of these anglers is going to represent college bass for all of 2023 and get a shot at the Bassmaster Classic. What a bracket it has been. Like we mentioned, we took the top 3 finishers of the national championship and the team of the year, and we have those anglers represented. They've whittled it down each round of 8 to the round of 4. We go to the final day, and we see already some action on the leaderboard. Seth Slanker, 2 early fish, 2 pounds even, a lead over Lewis Monetti, who has 1 to his tally so far. Lewis Monetti and Seth Slanker are going to go head-to-head all day long on Bassmaster Live. And it's kind of a awkward situation because it's my first day of Bassmaster Live this week, and it's the finale of the event. But as we bring it into the Bassmaster studio, sponsored by Marathon, Ronnie Moore here with the 2 experts of the college bracket this week, Brandon Polinick and Mike Sukon. Appreciate you guys holding down the fort while I was out of town. And Brandon, what have you been able to witness the last few days? It has been awesome to see the drama and the skill of these young anglers.
Yeah, it's been amazing to see how, I call them kids. I mean, they're not that much younger than me, but they are younger. I'm an old veteran now. To see how polished they are at such a young age, you know, whether it's their mechanical skills or it's really just their thought process and how willing they are to change and move and really adapt to the conditions. That's what's got these 2 guys here. You know, Manetti and Slanker are both phenomenal fishermen. It's going to be quite the head-to-head battle today.
And Such, we always look at the full field of anglers fishing, whether it's 8 or 4 on those other previous days, and you always hope that the 2 anglers who are on them better than the rest make it, and yesterday that was true.
We got that. This is the Dream Maker weekend, Ronnie. In college bass fishing, this is the day you want to get to, and you want to win. You want to get that Bassmaster Classic berth. You're going to get 10 grand. Next year, you're going to get entry to all the EQ Opens and use of a boat and a truck.
Yeah, and I would love to pull that boat and truck through the Bassmaster Classic. That is one thing that everyone mentions. The Opens are fantastic. The opportunity to represent your series is also fantastic. But the opportunity to go to the Bassmaster Classic, as Brandon Polinick knows, it is something that anglers dream of, no matter what level you are. As we take a look at the Lews, look at the Lake Greenwood Lake this week. Lake Greenwood taking off from the state park there, kind of mid to lower lake. And Brandon, the kind of question that we thought coming into this week with the hurricane passing through, would that west end, would the river arms of this body of water really dirty up and keep anglers trapped at the bottom? But a lot of these anglers said the water conditions haven't been too bad this week.
Yeah, it seems like they haven't changed a ton from what they saw in practice, but we have seen majority of the anglers in that lower to mid section of the lake. We haven't seen a single guy go up the rivers yet, so it's going to be curious to see if on this final day, if any of these 2 guys, you know, decide, hey, I'm going to gamble a little bit, I'm going to run up the river and make something happen.
One thing that we have heard, at least on phone calls from Lewis Monetti and Seth Slanker, both of them have kind of been running new water every single day. If you think about it, most college tournaments, these anglers are fishing 3, maybe 4 days of practice. Well, this is they fish Thursday, they fish Saturday, and they fish Sunday. So this is their 4th day on the water. They've kind of had to adjust with different conditions. You had really windy conditions at practice. Guys avoided parts of the lake because of that. But then we have had pretty decent weather over the last few days, and they said a topwater bite has definitely developed early in the mornings, and that's kind of signaling that we're almost getting to that fall portion of the year.
In our scouting report, Brandon Cobb told us that heavy rains will wash out, especially up in the river arms. We didn't see it. In near Greenwood, there was maybe a ½ inch of rain from Hurricane Ian. A little bit further north, the watershed, there was close to 0.8 of an inch, close to an inch in some areas. So it may start, it may already have been down there and dirtied and cleaned up already up there.
Yeah, I don't think they got the amount of rain they thought they were going to. The thing that really has kind of thrown me for a loop is looking at the charts of how much that lake has dropped. Someone had sent it to me last night, and I was checking it out, and it looks like it's almost dropped 3 feet in the last 5 days. And really the shallow bite has been the best bite, especially for the bigger ones. So that kind of threw me for a loop. The only thing I can't figure out is that if maybe that dropping water was pulling a bunch of fresh water out and those fish moved towards that fresh water. But I would have thought for sure that water dropping over the last 5 days would have killed that shallow bite.
Yeah, we heard that they were going to drop it down in preparation for a big influx of rain from that hurricane.
Exactly.
So
Yeah, the
get
Carolina.
some fresh water in and some old water out, and maybe moves things around and got some fish active.
Hailing from the Carolinas for 18 years of my life, it seems like anytime there is a big storm, they want to always bring it down in case it does flood and get up, especially a place that has a lot of docks, a lot of homeowners. But Brandon, do you think that's one huge piece of structure on this body of water? There's points, there's backs of cuts, but as many docks are on this body of water and as far out as they extend, kind of gives those fish the ability to move up and move back and be off the bank a little more, but still around cover. And these anglers have been able to pick them off at the ends of the docks like we see, the last couple days.
Yeah, we heard several of these guys talk throughout the week of more of what was happening under the water, right? The docks that had brush in them seemed to be more consistent. The docks that extended out and kind of had that 5 to 7 foot drop off the end seemed to be the places that were a little bit more consistent for these guys. But this time of year in the fall, a big one, and we've seen that every day. The guy that gets 1 or 2 big bites is the guy that ends up leading the day. Those ones are not nearly as predictable as the majority of the population, and I think that's what one of these guys is going to need, that big bite today, if not 2. We saw Lewis get several of those yesterday. Seth just had good, solid fish. Hooked up.
Yeah.
Like a big number 3 for Seth.
Good. One pound.
Whittling at him.
Whittling away.
3
Need
for
some bigger
3.
one.
Yeah, steady Eddie.
I'm gonna come back later and hit this dock again. 3rd fish in 2 days I've caught off of it.
Seth, I'm checking in on the live here. Tell us how your morning's been going so far.
It's going pretty slow. I missed a few fish on top water. Picked up a different kind of top water and caught 2 on it. They just kept blowing my spook out the water this morning, and so I picked up a whopper and caught 2 on it on down my good stretch, and then came back up my good stretch and picked up a chatterbait and just picked up 1. Just keep plugging along. Needs a few more bigger fish.
Yeah, I've been picking apart these docks this morning.
Yes, there's fishing mainly docks and then seawalls. Yesterday the seawalls were pretty key, but I haven't caught many off of it today.
You can see in the background on the left the earlier today footage, the water line. You guys mentioned it, Brandon, the dropping of it.
Yeah,
see where it's been at some point, whether that's actual from this week or maybe from the last 2 weeks.
Yeah, and you can see the freshwater line, and I was assuming that was probably boat wakes more so. It looks like there's, I don't know, probably 10 to 12 inches of drop where you can see the darker water line, and then, like you mentioned, that water line above that. But Seth has done a phenomenal job this week, watching him, the last 2 days, and then this morning, of not getting caught up in just one technique. He's done a really good job of adjusting and switching his techniques up.
They've been pretty tough. Day one was a lot better than yesterday. Day two, I caught more fish. It's just been, the fish has been changing every day, I feel like, and I'm just trying to adapt with them. In practice, I was catching a bunch on the chatterbait under these docks, and yesterday I caught some on the seawalls, not under the docks. I think I caught maybe 1 or 2 under the docks, but mainly around the seawalls yesterday morning. Yeah, I'm just trying to adapt and get right 5 bites each day. I'm not looking to catch quantity, I'm just looking to catch quality. Need the 5 right bites.
Talking to Seth on the phone last night, you guys have been watching in the last 2 days, but I had to get kind of refamiliarized. Even though I was off, I still watched for about an hour each morning. But I asked him, what his mindset's been with that chatterbait. Has it been to get bites, because that's often a bite getter? But he said he's been getting plenty of bites on him, but focusing on largemouth.
Several fish right at the boat.
That's the bait he feels he's going to get more largemouth on than spots, and we see both in these.
Trying to get him to eat it.
Highlights from day 2 and day 1.
Yeah, there's definitely the numbers of spots here, but a 2-pound spot seems to be a pretty solid one. I think we saw maybe a 2 3/4 pounder yesterday, and that's the biggest spot we've seen, but it's been those kicker largemouth bites. So that's a wise thought process to be able to, dial in a bait and say, hey, this is going to get me more largemouth bites, or at least give me more opportunity at getting those bigger bites.
Yeah, it's been another slow morning for me. Just got one little sub 1 pounder, not what we're looking for. But it has been an awesome event thus far. Had 2 great days, especially yesterday. The first day had that 1 4-pound bite, and a couple better than average, which I'm kind of considering as a 1.5 pound or above. Couple of those bites on the first day, and then that 1 4-pounder, and then yesterday, I had 2 1.5-pounders and then 3 really good fish, capped off by a 6-pounder. So kind of same game plan today, at least for the first half. We're gonna go hunting for big ones. Not sure if it's gonna happen or not, but we're gonna go down swinging either way. We could try and cook something up for the afternoon if need be, but as of right now, we're gonna run the same game plan, just look for some big bites.
One thing I thought that was really interesting looking at his day 1 footage was that green light.
It's really been like a little bit of everything. The first day, I caught the majority of my limit on a Carolina rig at first, and then caught my big one on a buzzbait, couple key fish late on this whopper plopper, and then yesterday I caught 2 of my big ones on a whopper plopper, one on a chatterbait, and I lost one on a wacky rig. So it's just kind of been all over the place. We're mixing it up, mixing and matching, just kind of fishing what's in front of us the best we can. And yeah, as we got a beautiful bird's nest here.
I asked him that, Brandon. He said he was going to fish a lot of new water. He was going to keep covering. He wasn't maybe going to fish the same spot twice, and that's what we've seen the last few days. But I said every angler that wants to fish new water, it's easy to do that after 9 a.m., but you want to have a starting area. Do you have an area in mind? He said, I actually have a green light. I caught 2 off of it day 1. I lost one on it day 2, He said, I might go and try it, and if you see an early fish catch, it may be from there. But we obviously know Lewis has had a slower morning for him, but he's very confident in the afternoon bite or midday on bite. But he said every day he's seen, decent fish before 11, and he's hopeful for that possibility before the afternoon really gets going. Because he said that last hour and a half, there is another good topwater bite that'll form if he can keep that in his hand and keep it honest. As we make a move over to Seth Slanker, the opposite end of the lake. He's on the north side of the lake, northeast side, and across from Lewis Manetti.
Much calmer on this side.
There's one. Better one there. Stay down. Come on.
Four is his best of the day so far. He's got 3 for 3.
First largemouth in the morning, I think. Ready?
Huh?
You ready?
Yeah. $115.
All right, agreed. Almost 2-pounder. I'm sorry about that.
You said it, Brandon. We know it to be true as well. He had 3 spotted bass for 3 pounds total. He catches his first largemouth of the day, and it's almost a 2-pounder. So they're notoriously going to be bigger, but man, they've been crucial this week to have those mixed in your 5-fish limit.
Yeah, and they're so much more few and far between. But nearly a 2-pounder, that's above average from what we've seen this week. He's going to need those bites.
Yeah, day one the average was a little more than 1 3/4. Yesterday, got over 2 pounds, 2 pounds 2 ounces or so.
Oh,
Of
That
course,
was
Monetti
Huge.
broke the average there.
That's
with
very
the-
helpful.
Yeah, you take Manetti's 6 and a couple 4-pounders out of there, that
They're
average
back
is
to-
going to
yeah.
drop way back down, definitely below 2 pounds.
Slanker with 9/11 yesterday, and his late fish secured it.
Yeah.
I don't know how big that was, though, yet.
I mean, I would not be surprised if today came down to the last hour again.
And Such, you've been here on the desk with me and Tommy the last couple years, watching the last hour of this bracket. And from last year's drama, we see Tristan McCormick down by double-digit poundage and then comes back and wins by 3 ounces over Tucker Smith. In the last 30 minutes of the tournament, we've seen Nolan Miner and Nick Ratliff go back and forth, and the interesting developments there. It's been a very fun and dramatic final day, even with just two options for cameras. They've brought it.
Yeah, this bracket gives you the drama, that's for sure. The thrill of victory, and I always feel bad for the guy who loses. The Nolan Miner, I felt so sorry for him, and Tucker Smith last year. There's heartbreaking to see.
The one positive, though, is that this bracket introduces us to names. We get in the boat with them, and we get to see their individual skill, and it makes you hopeful for their future. We know that Nolan Miner, he's won plenty of money in the kayak series the last year or so. He's done well in opens in the past. We know Tucker Smith's done very well for himself already as a young college angler. We know some of these guys, some of the best names that have lost in the bracket have gone on to do great things. Jake Whitaker's lost in the bracket twice. Jordan Lee lost the first time. Like, there's a lot of really good anglers that don't win it their first time or don't win it at all that still have very successful careers.
You should see how scared Brandon was yesterday of the thought of these guys coming up and competing on the Elite Series.
I promise you, I have been watching this thinking, well, I can't just take the next couple of years off. I got to keep elevating my game.
These guys are bringing it.
Yeah,
is what you're saying.
They just keep getting better and better. You know? I mean, rookies come into the elites now, and they're not the same level of rookies as 10 years ago.
They're winning events, topping 100 pounds.
Yeah. Shakura's breaking 100+ pounds.
Smallmouth, first time at 23 years old.
It's incredible.
Is that going to be broken soon here? What do you think?
That's
Possibly.
hard. That is so hard.
23 years, 26 days old? Yeah.
Could be.
Well, all we know is that this first hour and 15 minutes for these anglers has been pretty successful for Seth Slanker. Lewis Manetti still trying to find his footing. We'll keep an eye on these two all day long as they're both fishing for a dream come true opportunity, a shot at the Bassmaster Classic, and the opportunity to represent the entire Bassmaster College Series for 2023. Lewis Monetti, Seth Slanker, head-to-head, final day here at Greenwood Lake.
The Strike King Bassmaster College Series, presented by Bass Pro Shops College Bracket at Lake Greenwood, brought to you live by Lews, is sponsored by Humminbird, Mercury, Nitro Boats, and by Bass Pro Shops.
Welcome back to the Bassmaster College Series Classic Bracket. Lake Greenwood, final day action here. South Carolina is a hot spot for tournaments over the next 2 weeks, as we have had the college championship just a month ago at Winyah Bay. We've got Lake Greenwood bracket this week. We have Lake Hartwell Open later this week, as these anglers are fighting to get into the Opens next year. Lewis Monetti, Seth Slanker have worked their way through the bracket. Lewis was part of Team of the Year for UNC Charlotte. They were the top 2 seeds. Meanwhile, Seth Slanker, they got second in the national championship, so they were the 5th and 6th seeds for Florida Gateway College, and they have made their ways through each matchup. Both Florida Gateway College anglers made the semifinals, but Lewis knocked off Jackson Swisher. Meanwhile, Tyler Christie represented McKendree in the semifinals and got beat by Seth Slanker yesterday. That was a tighter matchup, 8-12 to 9-11. We see Lewis looking like he's going to make a move. Seth Slanker put his 4th fish on the scales at the end of the last segment, giving him almost 5 pounds. He's got about a 4-pound and change lead over Lewis Monetti, who has just 1 to his tally. Lewis is going to make a move. We noticed Lewis's area has been much windier than Seth's because that wind direction, they're on each or on opposite sides of the lake. What direction is the wind coming from
It's
today,
coming from the
Such?
northeast there. It's going to be sunny all day. Brandon's going to ask you about that. What these conditions, we're going to have 10 mile an hour, 11 mile an hour wind coming from the northeast all day, mostly sunny like this.
Do something a little crazy.
Yeah,
Make a run.
I think,
Got a weird feeling.
this is our second day of pretty much just bluebird skies, a little bit of clouds here and there. And I think these fish are starting to feel that pressure a little bit more. Day one is pretty much just cloudy, low clouds, kind of hot, humid, where these fish are, we heard Slanker say it earlier, they're changing every day. And there's going to be some little small adjustment that these guys are going to make today that's going to push one guy over the edge. And I've seen it time and time again, like there's always a way to catch them. It doesn't matter how tough it seems like it is. Fishing on the elites, you always realize, like, you could think that, oh, it's just an off day, the fish aren't biting, and then half the field crushes them. Like, there is always a way to figure out how to catch them the best that day. It's just whether or not you can have an open enough mind or willing to figure it out.
Or stay mentally sharp, because we know in the College Classic bracket, you don't know what the person you're competing against has for most of the day. You're fishing against an invisible scoreboard where you have to catch as much weight as you hope to catch, but you're also trying to save fish for future days. And I said to both these guys, I said, that strategy's gone. You just got to catch as much as you're not saving anything for Tuesday. Does that change your decision making? And we see Lewis now making a move, said, I just have a feeling, let's go do something crazy and make a move. And if it pays off, it's something that he'll think about forever. If it doesn't, maybe he gets to piece together a little bit of the puzzle that if this didn't work, maybe option B will work.
You've had a midday break, and Lewis Monetti has not wanted to know his opponent's weight.
I was just gonna.
And you're able to decline that, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, you can decline or you can accept, and he is really the only angler that declined both days. And so I'm really curious to see if he keeps that strategy today, especially if, you know, if he feels like he's behind, will he take that? You know, if he's struggling in the morning.
I think the way we've done it in past brackets, I don't think we do a midday announcement reveal on the final day. I think we let him fish blind. I do believe, because I don't remember Tristan McCormick finding out he was 10 pounds down last year. So we'll keep an eye out for that. But what is that like? You fished multiple formats. I'm not afraid to talk about that. You've gotten updates to know what your competition's doing and seeing how that's done. Do you like fishing instinctually on your own? I'm going to make this decision and that decision based off how my day is going, not based off how other people's days are going. Does that make you fish more natural to what you want to do?
Yeah, I mean, no matter what anybody wants to say, you can say like, oh, well, you know, even if I know, I'm just going to keep doing my deal. But that's always in the back of your mind. Like once you know that, or you hear a guy's weight, it's always in the back of your mind, and it's going to change your thought process to some extent. You know, it may not change what you're doing. You may keep doing what you're doing, but if you constantly keep hearing that other guys are catching them, like that's going to change your thought process. And I think, you know, Manetti's done a really good job of that the last 2 days of just saying, hey, I'm going to do my deal. I'm just going to fish. It doesn't really matter what these other guys have until the end of the day. You know, and yesterday it was easy for him to make that decision, right? Because he had a 6-pounder, he had a 4-pounder. You know, he said his target weight was 12. He said it was 12 pounds, and he already had 12.5 pounds by the time they came to that. So if he doesn't have, you know, kind of what his target weight is today, I'll be curious to see if he decides, or like you said, Ronnie, they may not even have that option today.
I'll try to get clarification on that, but that is interesting because I know.
That's why I don't look at the points.
Yeah, I think that's you can fish tight, you can fish scared, you can fish. Maybe you can go do things you wouldn't normally do, and like people say, swing for the fences. Sometimes you just make decisions differently when you know what the scoreboard is. You know, when you're down by 10 pounds, you're going to go tie on big baits for the final day.
Yeah,
Like in an elite event.
Go for the big. Well, elite events, we have so many guys come in and say, well, I didn't know everybody was catching them this well. I would have kept my foot down a little bit. I had 18. I thought it was good.
Yeah. And those are the decisions that separate Angler of the Year from 40th in the points.
Or the opposite. On the final day, a lot of times you see the opposite, where I've been in this position where you think, oh man, I'm way down. Right. I gotta catch this 27-pound bag or something, and then something changes on that final day and nobody catches them really well, and you're like, wow, well, really I only needed like 19 or 20.
We've seen guys lose classics.
2018 classics in this state ringing in my ears. And that's the top 2 or 3 guys made different decisions based on what the leader had, and 4th or 5th comes from behind and wins.
Hit the reset button, get a little fresh start going on. Get back to fishing some new water.
Ooh. 8:30 a.m. and he's already running new water. I
and
like it.
And that goes to tell, like what I asked them last night, how long will you fish stuff that you know, to get comfortable in the morning?
It'd be a little trial and tribulation day. Wouldn't be an easy start, but that's okay. We're gonna get it done.
Mark his words. We're gonna get it done.
Yeah. It's not the first time he said that the last 2 days either.
Sweet.
I bet Slanker's got something else to say about that.
That's freaking awesome. Like fucking geese. Goose, geese. That's awesome.
See, now I'm torn, Such, because now I remember Trevor McKinney and Blake Jackson.
I've been trying to focus on
and Trevor
points
knew, or Blake knew what
with
Trevor
Dawson,
had,
about
and when
6
he
foot of
didn't
water.
break that mark, He knew
So I've
he
just been trying to
lost,
run
he didn't
these.
have to know the
And this
reveal.
stretch has been good to me this week. I found some fish on set of stretch, just stretch and practice on these docks, and trying to take what I learned from this stretch and just apply it everywhere. And run about 6 foot of water, docks on 6 foot of water, and throw top water and chatterbait around them. And if the sun gets up and all, later in the day, I'll throw a jig under them.
Does it seem like Lewis has been fishing a little bit flatter docks compared to most of the guys? Seems like a lot of the times when the docks he's fishing seem to extend further out off the bank, right? They have longer walkways, telling me that they're a little bit flatter banks. Curious if that's something that he's keying in on. You can see there in the two
Keeping
box.
the troll motor down, trying to cover as much water as I can, keeping these Lews rod and reels in my hand. And
I graduated with a marketing degree, and honestly, this is, as of right now, this is the whole plan. So we'll kind of see where this tournament goes. Obviously, this is the, as you put it, the dream maker. And we're gonna try and make, I think we're gonna make it happen today. I really do. I feel confident, I feel good. But if not, you know, we'll kind of figure it out from there. But I want to be fishing, that's for sure. Absolutely. Yeah, and that was kind of the plan from the jump, honestly. It's kind of always, at least for the last few years, it's kind of been this. All my kind of life decisions have been made around it. So we'll see, but I'm feeling good about this week, you know? To be here today and have a 50-50 shot, can't ask for much more than that. Might be a little early to pick up the jig, but doesn't hurt to try. There we go.
Instincts.
How's that for a start?
Let's see. Here we go. We're ready.
Oh, hold on 1 second. Let me get us away from here. There's a better than average spot. We're ready?
Yeah.
Okay.
You ready for the jig? 1 pound, 9 ounces.
Sounds good to me.
1 pound, 9 ounces.
Sounds good to me. All right. Better than average spot, 1.5 pounds, we'll take it. We're back on track. 1.9.
2 pounds, 4 ounces for him for his 2 fish today then.
Could be a jig day, boys. Could be.
Got himself a little flotilla going on out there.
Yeah.
When he set the hook after making the decision he just made,
He did about all
with
he
the
could to
screams of
mess
his
this jig
friends
up.
nearby a couple boats, it gave me chills when he's talking about 50-50 shot at a classic. There's no tournament in the sport of fishing that has better odds for an angler on a final day of a tournament than this one for a classic shot.
No, yeah, I mean, it's as good of a shot as you can get right
yeah.
there.
But where you're starting, how many hundreds of teams in college
Oh, yeah.
are there running, and the anglers, you know,
Yeah.
you competed in it.
Thousands
How many
of-
tournaments you got to make it through, and then get through the top 3 at the national championship. And
Thousands of anglers. And then there were 2.
Mm-hmm.
Starting to feel it.
And these 2 guys are such sharp fishermen. It's like if you put money down, I don't know, it'd be 50-50. I mean,
I'm not putting money down.
no,
on
I
either
wouldn't
one of
either.
them.
Put down on both. You're going to have a winner,
up a
but
little
that's
bit.
about it.
Yeah, it would have been interesting to see what the odds makers would have put on this
Glenn,
one.
what was that first
guy
one,
from New
14
Jersey
ounces
who
or
goes
something?
to school in North
11
Carolina
ounces.
just for the last few years versus a guy in Florida who has
Little
won
fella.
Florida State championships in high school and college the last couple years. Who are you going to do? So,
And then the guy who had the biggest weight of the event, day 1, Slanker would have topped Manetti.
yep.
Yeah, day 1.
But they've both been in the top 3 of weights each day of
This
competition.
is our fathead flipping jig from True South Biz. And I'm just throwing I like to put a little piece of a Senko on there, or Sassy on there actually. Just kind of give the whole bait a little more bulk and help it skip a little bit better. Hold on 1 second, we'll fix it, make it look pretty. It's a 1/2 ounce, just kind of, I don't want to say my big fish jig, but it tends to get a little bit bigger the bite than the finesse jig. And this early in the morning, I kind of want a bigger profile just because it's not that, light under there. And it's also a little bit dirtier water, so I haven't really felt the finesse jig. I haven't felt the finesse jig near as much as I have the flipping jig this week. We were talking about yesterday, just has not seemed to be a good jig bite going on. Maybe, man. Maybe today, the jig bite finally turns on. I would not be opposed to it because it's just about the best way as far as fish landing you got to feel to catch them. So, if we can get a good jig bite going today, I don't know what I'm doing wrong right now, but if we can get a good jig bite going today, I would be very okay with it.
Talking to Davey Hyde ahead of this, he said the jig would be your big fish bait here. One of them, one of the possibilities.
You may see it come into play today.
Well, we've seen moving baits like a chatterbait for Seth Slanker and Louis Monetti. We've seen topwaters like buzz baits and ploppers as well. And a jig may be mixed in on the final day. There's no holding back. What do they say in the water, boy? There's no point in holding back now.
That's right.
Louis Monetti versus Seth Slanker. UNC Charlotte versus Florida Gateway College. UNC Charlotte's had a lot of anglers go on to the pros from their school, but none have made the classic from the college bracket. Today, Lewis is trying to do that. Meanwhile, Seth Slanker making history for Florida Gateway College. We'll be right back.
Whoa! Look at the size of that bass!
The Strike King Bassmaster College Series presented by Bass Pro Shops College Bracket at Lake Greenwood is brought to you live by Lews.
Welcome back to the final day of the Strike King Bassmaster College Series season. We end the year every single season with the College Classic Bracket presented by Lews. This year it's on Lake Greenwood. A lot of these anglers qualified for this bracket through regionals across the country. They had to be successful at Winyah Bay in the national championship. And if you were the most successful throughout the year, you were team of the year, you also got entry into the top 4 teams, the final 8 anglers. We have narrowed it down to just 2 in our bracket format. Louis Monetti versus Seth Slanker. You can see where they are in relation on the lake. Seth Slanker staying on that northeast side of the lake, whereas Louis Monetti, who started on the southeast side, has made his way up lake a little bit. Seth Slanker still with the lead, 4 fish for 4 pounds, 15 ounces so far. Louis Monetti just added his second keeper of the day. He's got 2 pounds, 4 ounces. So a 2-11 lead for Seth Slanker. We were talking about the reveals at midday. Louis declining the last few days. There will be a reveal today at the end of our 3-hour show this morning before we take a break for the afternoon show. So we'll get to see how these anglers, if today Louis decides to decline once again, or if he wants to know, hey, it's one-on-one, I need to know. I need to know what it's going to take to get to the Bassmaster Classic.
Nothing crazy. You got it. You got it. We'll be at safe speed, I promise.
drone aerials of these anglers this week. Get to see get to see Seth Slanker put it right up underneath the dock. And you mentioned it, Brandon, most of these docks are pretty close to the shore for Seth. Have you guys noticed that this week, that certain parts of the lake all have docks, but have had a significant different kind of dock?
Yeah, there's definitely sections where you can tell, there's different depths, and different anglers, it seems like, have keyed in on different depths of docks. They're using their electronics, looking at their maps. You can see, like, those two docks are a perfect example. The one on the right, it's kind of right there out on the seawall, right toward the point of it. It's a much shorter, probably the same depth on the end of the dock. The other one's, the walkway runs all the way across that flat toward the back of the pocket, so it's got a much larger walkway to be able to get out there to that depth. And a lot of times they do that on bodies of water based on kind of where their winter drawdown is, where they can keep keep their boats and stuff kind of just inside the water at the lowest point. It kind of gives you a good gauge of how far that lake may possibly drop.
We've seen it at a place like Lake Hartwell, where the Open will be later this week. We've seen it in Classic. I got to ride along with Jason Christie. He fished about 100 docks, didn't get a single bite, pulled into a pocket and said, these are the docks I'm looking at in the final day of practice. I think I could catch one. Caught one on the next 4 docks.
What was the difference?
Each of the next 4 docks.
Why those docks? What?
Shallow pockets, places that were closer where those pre-spawn fish didn't have to go all the way in the back of a creek. They were closer to the mouths to creeks, things like that. And he got to then, once he caught one midday of practice, he was calling his shot for the rest of the day. And he knew, I can go do my deal for the first couple hours of the morning and then transition over. And I knew I didn't leave anything on the table, and we saw that happen the final day of the Classic. And you wonder if a guy like Seth, who lives in Florida, probably doesn't dock fish too much, but he has traveled the country this year and throughout his time in college doing so, he knows dock fishing, but he might not know it as detailed as maybe Lewis Monetti does, who has moved from New Jersey down to UNC Charlotte, and Lake Norman, Lake Wiley, those places are known for docks. You can tell that not every dock is made the same.
Seth Slanker's a sophomore. Started fishing tournaments about 14 years old. So his parents would drive to the night tournaments around Suwannee River, Florida, Lake City.
They said Lake City just missed the Hurricane Ian. They didn't really get much rain. But a couple of their friends down in the Tampa region obviously got hit hard, so thoughts and prayers are going for that area of the country. All those Gulf states are just so used to getting pounded by big storms, and they bounce back and are so resilient. But I know it takes a while, and life is different. So Bassmaster crew, thoughts and prayers are for all those, especially a lot of good fishing areas as well. We'll be down in that neck of the region to start our season next year at Lake Okeechobee.
What are your thoughts on the elite schedule next year, Brandon?
I think it's going to be awesome. I mean, Okeechobee's been my arch nemesis before in the past,
Right.
but I'm
You got past it.
No, I haven't got past Okeechobee yet. That's my goal next year.
Was that was the 2017
Yeah.
starter when you won AOY?
Yeah, finished like
but you
150.
finished-
It wasn't the
105th.
starter.
Oh, it was second.
It was our second event
Cherokee.
because
But you got past it, and you got
Yeah.
AOY even despite
I
that.
topped 12
event.
at Cherokee, and I was like, all right, this could be an AOY year. We started off with the top 12. Like, I just got to get through Okeechobee. And
You had a bottom 12 the next time.
I didn't even have to show up. I would have been better off not showing up. I won by 14 points, and I got like 4 points at that event or something. So I would have been better off just not showing up and saving the money. But that's, I'm looking forward to riding that ship. You know, we've got some incredible big largemouth fisheries in the beginning and some incredible big smallmouth fisheries to finish the season off next year.
We'll have 2 in the state of South Carolina, just one east of here, Lake Murray. Have you ever been to Lake Murray before? Because Lake Murray hasn't been on the elite schedule since 11.
That was my first year on the elite,
that's
so
right.
my rookie year I fished. That was actually, I believe, our final event of the season, and it was later in the year, kind of a herring spawn type deal. I think we'll be a little bit ahead of that this time when we go, but between Murray and Santee, there's going to be some big ones caught.
May, we got Lay Lake. June, Sabine River for our northern swing. St. Clair in July, late July. Champlain, and then finishing off with St. Lawrence.
I'm glad we're going to the Sabine later. I don't enjoy it as much when it's early.
You're the only one who said that on social media and out loud, so why?
Well, because it spreads the fishery out. The fish get more into their summer patterns. You can run the tide a little bit. You can actually fish the fishery and kind of showcase it more, I believe, later in the year versus when we go in the spring. It's like, okay, I'm gonna find a dead end canal that they're gonna go and try to spawn in. And then next thing you know, there's 10 boats trying to go down a canal, everyone's fishing the same bank. That's just not my style. I like to get away from guys, I like to do my own thing. And I don't like being forced into a position where I feel like I have to get into those dead end canals. So I prefer that it's actually later in the year.
We've seen that in June in 2018 when Greg Hackney won.
Manetti got somebody watching in there.
Oh my gosh. That was a Halloween decoration.
It looks like
or something for a second there.
It's the same. He's wearing the same thing as Lewis is, except he's wearing pants, not shorts. It's the same.
Wasn't moving.
Look up there and there's just a skeleton staring you in the face. We kind of saw this a little bit with Monetti yesterday, you know, where he felt like he was falling behind. You know, he caught one small one, lost a good fish, and he was kind of doubting things a little bit, and then all of a sudden it was like, bam, 6-pounder. And it completely changed his outlook. And I think that really changed the trajectory of his day and was, you know, the reason that he ended up with 16. Like, obviously you can say, yeah, well, he caught a 6-pounder. Of course he was gonna have 16. But I think after that, from a mental standpoint, he started to make his decisions. He was a lot more fluid. And, you know, and I think that showed on the scoreboard at the end of the day. But sometimes that's all it takes, is that one bite to just push the momentum into your favor.
It's like every decision an angler makes on the water is silly until it's not. Like, I'm gonna throw this jig for a bigger bite, and it's very silly until you get a 6-pounder.
Like,
or
why did I do that for so long before? Yeah.
And then when it does happen, you just feel like someone just put a charge in you, and you're like, this is what I need to do the rest of the day. And when it works out, you feel like $1 million. But then when that one bite leads you astray, it's difficult. And Lewis said, I may pick up that jig today, and I'll show you why. I'm the worst North Carolinian right now at skipping a jig. He's like, you figure I'd be better at it, but
He's not born and raised there.
one slight adjustment today could be key. It could be a type of top water. It'll be interesting to see how Seth does if he does catch another one on this chatterbait, if he decides to go all in on it. Now that the top water kind of started to die off for him after the first hour.
You know the only difference between a good decision and a bad decision, Ronnie?
As if a fish bites.
A 4-pounder.
Yeah, exactly.
That's what I tell myself.
Every time I make a good skip or a good pitch, I'm like, that was a great cast. And actually, when I don't catch one, it's not a good cast.
Yeah.
But every time you backlash and catch one, that was a great cast. Anytime you catch one. Such, have you done any research on Florida Gateway College? It's not one of the big 5 Florida schools that
It
you
is
think
not.
about.
It is-
But I will say, when they got second in the national championship, they lost to the hometown boys at Coastal
Yeah,
Carolina.
I know.
When they got back to Lake City, Florida to school, whole school had a huge parade for them. Cheerleading squad out there. They had, the whole team was honored and recognized in front of the school. So we've seen in college fishing these smaller schools, the Bethels, the Bryan colleges, the McKendrees, the Campbellsvilles, Florida Gateway College, these smaller schools invest a lot into their fishing programs, whereas they don't have maybe a premier football team to emphasize. These smaller sports become priority, and you see how much it means to them when they do travel outside of their region and do well.
I'm all for that. We heard I couldn't remember if it was Seth or Jackson yesterday that said that their president, not the president of their fishing club, but the president of the school
That's cool.
was going to be watching Bassmaster live. And I mean, that's the kind of support that you want, right? When you're a college kid going to school, it's like when you have the support of the school, it just makes you feel like you're not trying to prove anything or fight for what you believe in. It's like they believe in you and they want you to be successful, and they're giving you the tools to go and do that. So hats off to those guys.
So if Lawrence Barrett is watching, that's the president of the school right now.
Okay.
Name
Hats
dropping,
off,
Such.
yeah. He's got
Doing a little
5,000 students. Was a junior
More than
college.
the hometown I grew up in.
Huh.
It's a pretty decent sized college.
Yeah.
Established in 1947 as the Columbia Forestry School. From Tommy mentioning that the other day.
Yeah, I'm all about some forestry.
And if you're wondering where Lake City is, it's almost directly in between Jacksonville and Tallahassee, up at the northern part of the state, not in the Panhandle, but dead center. It's basically a triangle between Tallahassee, Jacksonville, and Gainesville. So it is definitely right there in the fishing world. You'll have to probably go through there to get from Okeechobee to Seminole.
Yep. It's a fairly diverse part of Florida. When you think about Florida, that's more of a diverse end of it. A little bit more things to do there, right? St. John's River is probably the most diverse fishery in Florida, I feel like, versus when you get to South Florida, it's a lot of just toilet bowls. Not meaning that they're bad, just meaning their shape.
You mean natural
They're
round lakes?
yes, yes.
And they're on the portion, the closest ramps to them at the St. John's are the ones that are the farthest from Palatka north. It's going to be the ones that.
The most brackish water.
Yep.
They're straight across from Jacksonville, pretty much.
Yep.
There's a lot of docks on the St. John's River.
There are quite a bit.
I don't see Seth miss on his skips very often.
Getting introduced to 2 possible hammers future on the Bassmaster Elite Series. We're keeping an eye on both of them, and one of them will advance today, not to tomorrow's competition, but competition in March of 2023, the Bassmaster Classic tournament that both of these anglers have said they've dreamed about their entire life. Lewis Monetti carved out his college degree in pursuit of this goal, and Seth Slanker said him and Jackson have been fishing towards this goal as partners since high school. Both of these anglers are in contention. As we take a break, we'll be right back at Lake Greenwood.
Whoa! Look at the size of that bass!
The Strike King Bassmaster College Series, presented by Bass Pro Shops College Bracket at Lake Greenwood, is brought to you live by Lews.
Welcome back to Lake Greenwood. Final day of the Strike King Bassmaster College Series for 2022. We end it every year with the Bassmaster College Classic Bracket presented by Lews. 1v1, that's what the format has been like in the bracket, but now it actually is 1v1 because only 2 anglers are left for the entire college season as we look at the map and see where they are. Relatively no big moves for Seth Slanker this morning, just staying in that general area across the lake from takeoff, protected from the wind on that side of the lake. Fishing maybe a little bit steeper banks for him, and Lewis Manetti made a move up lake about 30 minutes ago. It paid off for his second keeper, and we'll keep an eye on his decision making because he said, today I'm leaving it all out there. I'm going to get it done, and I've got to make the decisions to do it. It looks like Seth is making an adjustment. Pulling a spin.
I don't want to hit you. Mainly a white chatterbait. That and a oyster colored jig, custom tie, hand tie jig. Caught a few on a spook, but not very many. That's kind of been dying out for me. I haven't been relying on it as much because they just blow it out the water. They don't eat it the whole way. So I haven't been throwing many top waters. This morning I caught 2 on a whopper plopper. I've been just changing it up a little bit, but mainly chatterbait jig, and there's been my 2 key baits.
Oh my.
Hey Lewis,
Yeah.
you know, we've talked about this before, and why don't you just highlight like a key bait that you really think over this week that helped you out?
Oh man. I think the buzzbait really keyed me into that topwater bite. But the plopper has been the bait, especially the back half of the first day and about all of yesterday, that really contributed the key bites. You know, like I said, I got some bites on a buzzbait, but I think that switch to the plopper really was key in hindsight. Definitely gonna keep on it today, just because of the success I had with it yesterday. But it's not seeming like it's got the same magic to it that it has had. We'll see, but it's looking like early we're gonna have to adjust somehow. But definitely the plopper thus far.
These docks here, I'm fishing this week. I've been trying to run what I've caught some fish on and run some new stuff. Try and pick up a few more bites.
It's interesting to see Lewis make that move as far up the lake this early, where yesterday he pretty much stayed on that lower end all day.
Right there.
That's what I was curious about watching. You know, I stayed tuned in for 30 minutes to an hour on Saturday and
Gotta be
Sunday
fun to
of this
take care of.
competition, and saw a lot of anglers on that south end of the lake, you know, towards the dam, and I had wondered about the water conditions up the river,
Oh, do
more
I want
towards
to?
the north and the west. And
Go for it.
that's why on the phone last night they said it wasn't tremendously bad, based on what everyone's expectations
Yesterday
were.
morning,
You know,
Yeah.
you figure it would
I
have
They're
been
calling for
blown
2 to
out
4
or-
inches
8
of
or
rain,
10
and it would have
fish.
probably blown the river out.
just knock at my chatterbait. They were eating the blade, and the head, all the white head was wore off of it from them just hitting the blade, not eating the whole chatterbait. They wouldn't fully commit to it. I think there's the ones that are hitting that are really small spotted bass. And the bigger ones, I think, do eat it.
Ronnie, when you talk to these guys on the phone, did either one of them talk about running way up the river in practice and looking at it at all? Or?
A lot of the guys said that it was very, very windy on Thursday. No rain, but they knew that, or I mean, yeah, on Thursday for practice, but they knew Friday the storm was going to officially make it there. So some of those guys stayed away from that area knowing that it could be the most affected. And then they also stayed away. I know Seth said he stayed away from the really pressured, windy side of the lake on the practice day, knowing that, you know, if he did, it would be harder to get bites, maybe harder to figure out a pattern. And with only one day of practice, he wanted to be able to be efficient and get a feel of the lake as best as he possibly could. And so some of those guys did avoid those areas. But you do know, I mean, the influx of fresh water, whether it dirties up a place or not, too much dirt, too much mud is a bad thing. But in the fall, with so much changing, bait fish wanting to move shallow, the cooler temps, you get some freshwater influx there, a little bit of a windy day and a mud line form, man, that could be some of the most dynamic conditions that change a body of water and improve it instead of hurting it. Whereas, you know, they've been stable conditions for the last couple months, and this is the first few weeks of change that these fish have had to deal with since, you know, May or June.
Yeah, exactly. Oftentimes that will just concentrate that bait fish, right? Which then is going to concentrate your bass population into a place. And anytime you can fish a concentrated group of fish, it's much easier to get them to bite, or most often it is, than if you're just trying to pick one off here and there. You know, it becomes a little bit less random.
I talked to them about they've seen the signs of fall happening here, whether they see like a wolf pack of fish shallow, 3 or 4 fish, you know, cruising the bank together, or actual schoolers busting offshore. And they said, man, anytime I've heard of splash off a point or off, you know, out in front of a dock, it's been one splash and done. He said, I don't know if there's 10 fish and only one busted, or if there was only one bait fish out there that they went on, but nothing that you could form a pattern on, and it was random. So per Bassmaster tournaments, they said, we're about a week early from maybe that starting. And I said, you know that. Anytime we go, we're always, they were biting better last week, and they're going to bite better next week, I promise.
Yeah. We did see a little bit of schooling activity on camera yesterday. You know, I think Jackson Swisher had a little flurry there where he had a couple big ones blow his top water out of the water. And then Tyler Christie, you know, caught a few, I think, out of some schooling fish. Saw him busting around him a few times. But we've not seen much of it, that is for sure.
A little more than 15 to 20 right here. Or 10 to 15, I think is what they called for.
former college angler and a friend of the program, Jody White, was watching and said, wonder if these boys have tried throwing a mag draft under the docks. That's a bait that skips well. It's a bigger profile, and sometimes in the fall, people are like, let's downsize to get more bites. That's what you always hear, but upsizing in the fall can get you the right bites, especially when you're going head to head and you only need 5 bites today to get it done.
I've been saying all weekend that if I had to choose a way to get a big bite, I would pick up a big swim bait. You know, mag draft would be one. I would have 2 swim baits on my deck. I would probably have a 6-inch mag draft, and I would have a Storm Arashi glide bait. And I would have those 2 on my deck, lined up. Depending on the situation, I'd pick one or the other up. And
Give me the situation.
I'm not willing to divulge that secret information, Ronnie. No, really, I think it would just be, you know, if I needed to skip way up under a dock that was maybe closer to the water, I'd probably pick up the mag draft. Or if I was just trying to burn down the bank where I wanted to just a straight retrieve. But then when I got around some bits of cover or where I saw, you know, maybe a good steep drop on a point, I would pick up that glide bait because I can keep it in the strike zone a lot longer and get those fish to react. Right? I can spin that bait around, make it face those fish if I get a follower. It's just a way to get your better than average bites. You know, and sometimes maybe that's only a 3-pounder, but it's above average, right? It's a bigger fish in the body of water that can be key. And I haven't seen anybody throw a swim bait this week.
Going on today.
A couple small jig head swim baits on day 1, but outside of that, not much.
Which is
Feels
very
nice here,
shocking
doesn't it?
to me, is that has been a very trending bait, and it's been a bait that a lot of young anglers have fished because it's not really a big swim bait
Don't
anymore.
like it.
No,
It's like
it never was.
there are stick baits that are 6 inches.
Yeah.
You know, and you're throwing a 6-inch swim bait, it just
I
seems
know,
so much
it's freaking
bigger. But if you
beautiful.
can get one to bite a chatterbait with a swim bait on the back of it, you can get one to bite a mag draft. It's just a different kind of mental approach, using it more like a spinner bait than you are using it like a Huddleston. You know, it's just a different kind of, you can use it in both ways.
Yeah, I mean, that's 100% true. I mean, once you start to see how small a fish and how big of a bait they'll eat, I mean, on that Arashi glide, I've caught literally fish that are smaller than the glide bait. When we went to Lake Travis for the elites, no joke, it's a 7-inch bait, and I caught some 5- and 6-inch bass on that. I don't know how or what they're trying to do with it, but you would actually hook them on the treble hooks and catch them.
It blotted out the sun, and they gravitated.
Yeah, they just thought it was a little shade line for them, a moving shade line. So it's definitely a great way to catch them.
And these guys both are picking up a whopper plopper throughout the day, but both are throwing the 90 or the 75 size, the smaller version of it, which is a great way to know if that bite's happening. Get a lot of bites on that smaller one maybe, but we know the power of a bigger size topwater, like a 110 or a 120, something of that size. So we will see if any adjustments to be made. We're just 2.5 hours into the fishing day for these anglers. We're going to be fishing all day till 3 p.m. Eastern time, and Lewis Monetti, Seth Slanker, head-to-head. Neither has a limit so far. Slanker, 4 fish for 4 pounds, 15 ounces. Lewis Monetti, 2 fish for 2 pounds, 4 ounces. Both of these anglers have caught fish of those sizes, if not bigger, throughout the last 2 days of competition. We will see if that big bite gravitates to one of these anglers or both of them when we come back to the Bassmaster College Bracket, the final day of the season.
Whoa! Look at the size of that bass!
The Strike King Bassmaster College Series, presented by Bass Pro Shops College Bracket at Lake Greenwood, is brought to you live by Lews.
Final day action here. Whoa, Zachers is joining in on the college bracket finale final day there. 3 of them, Such.
I like them. Good looking hounds.
Yeah. Final day here, the College Classic bracket. We've whittled it down from thousands of anglers across the country, hundreds of teams, to just 8 anglers. And now on the final day, we have 2 fishermen battling for a Bassmaster Classic berth. If you're just joining us this week, we've had a special guest commentator all week long. We have none other than the 2022 Progressive Angler of the Year winner, Brandon Palaniuk, two-time now, one of 12 anglers, as Such pointed out earlier in the season, one of 12 anglers
Knock it off.
to win multiple Angler of the Year titles. And Brandon, you're in a different position than you normally are. Normally you have the camera in the boat every day of competition, it seems. Sitting on this side of the desk, what have you picked up and noticed observing an angler go through, I guess, every step of the process on figuring out a bite on a body of water?
Yeah, we talked about this a little bit. The cool thing for me is watching these college guys. I mean, they're young anglers. You know, some of them only fishing 5-6 years of tournaments, where their decision-making process, right? That learning, you can tell how short that learning curve is now and how much information they're gathering from Bassmaster.com, from the magazine, watching live, and just how good they're getting at such a young age. I would not be surprised if in just a few years there is a college kid that either we see in this bracket this week or that we've seen in the past that is sitting exactly where I'm at now.
We will see if they can maybe jump up and compete against you, because one of these anglers is going to make the Bassmaster Classic and fish in the Opens as well. And I don't know if they're necessarily prepared. I guess they have a scouting report on you. They know all about Brandon Palaniuk, especially at Santee Cooper this year, Lake Fork as well. And now you're getting a taste of them. You have a scouting report on these two guys as well. But looking at this, it's not often that you catch 100 pounds in a tournament, and you almost did it twice this season.
I did. I mean, everything just lined up this year where I really was just making good decisions. You know, I felt like I was not trying to force anything all year. I would just kind of put things together. I really never felt like I had a great practice. Santee Cooper was the only one that I looked at, Kyle that films our YouTube series, and my wife Tiff, saying, hey, I'm gonna catch him at Santee. I will have a shot to win at Santee. The rest of the year, I didn't know if I was gonna be able to catch a limit every day. And just throughout the event, had enough clues, was able to put things together. And I mean, you try to cherish years like this, but they go by so fast. And then now we're already back at square one, and it starts all over, and we got to do it again next year.
Halfway through the season exactly, right there in the 5th event at Lake Fork, Brandon Palaniuk took over our Angler of the Year lead. He didn't know by how much, but he carried it throughout the end of the year, and we saw Mississippi River, like Lewis Monetti said, he kind of experiencing a little bit of trials and tribulations. You had to experience that as well. Getting through that tough day 2 at the Mississippi River kind of opened up the floodgates to what you considered a dream day 3 to end your season.
I did. I mean, that second day at Mississippi River, that was like one of the most challenging days I had all year. I was around fish, I was getting the bites, but I just could not put them in the boat. And when that day 3 came around, and I just started catching them right away in the morning. Really, once I got past day 2, I felt like I had gotten over that hurdle, right? I had passed that test, I had passed that challenge, and day 3 was my reward for passing that test. And I was able to just go out there and fish like I had felt like I was fishing the rest of the year. And that's the day I wanted to end my season on, right? Where you're having fun, you're fishing loose, you're catching bass. I didn't want to end
doubles.
Yeah, and I didn't want to just end it on like this grinder day where I just barely squeaked it out and won. Like, I wanted to catch them, move up the leaderboard in the standings like I had the rest of the year. And you know, just a dream day, a dream way to be able to finish the season.
I got an article coming out on that second day at Mississippi River, and you said even though you knew the Angler of the Year title was on the line, you had a calmness over you that you would get it done even though you had a really slow day.
Yeah, and I don't know exactly where that came from. I don't know if that came from experience, if that came from Aaron talking to me. You know, I mean, I was fishing a lot in the Black River where he spent a lot of time on the Mississippi River. I had his sticker across my windshield, and I was giving it knucks or, you know, fist bumping it, high-fiving it every time I caught a bass. And there were a lot of times throughout the year where I would get into a situation where I felt like things could unravel, and then I would have this calmness come over me where I'm like, everything's gonna be all right. Like, what's meant to be won't pass you up, and you're gonna go through and things are gonna be fine.
Well, that's a great outlook to have especially for the College Series anglers trying to make it to the Bassmaster Classic and get their dreams come true. It may work out for Lewis or Seth today. It may not, but that doesn't mean it's over. They have the opportunity to be a representative, though, if they do win today in the Bassmaster Classic. And we take it back to our first kind of look in. You gave me a big breakdown of your 2010 and how successful it was before we knew your name.
Yep.
But 2011 was the coming out party down at Lake Catawatchee in Louisiana, where we all found out who Brandon Palaniuk was. And I don't know if we could predict that you were going to be as successful as you have been over the last decade or 12 years.
No, definitely not. I mean, that event was my first professional event. I mean, nobody knew how to say my last name. Nobody knew how to spell my last name.
They still don't know how to do either one of those things.
I think Tommy,
right.
Yeah, I think Tommy might have said it
Spelled.
3 different ways in that first show until we finally got it squared away on how to actually say my last name. And I've been dealing with that my entire life. I mean, it was such a cool event, such a cool way to kick off my professional career. And that was when the Classic was before the Elite Series started. And so I was able to have kind of that springboard, right? Nobody makes a living off of the Bassmaster Classic, but it is the best tournament to springboard your career, get your name out there, and let people know that you're here to play the game. And one of these two right here, Lewis Monetti or Seth Slanker, by the end of today, one of them will have that opportunity. They have the opportunity to get there now.
It all started that year, 2011. Qualified our first College Classic angler to the 2012 Classic.
And
this will be our 12th.
12th angler to
12th
do
angler.
so. I told
go to a
Seth
Classic
Slanker
from
that
college.
Last night on my back porch. I told Seth, I said, well, no matter how it works out tomorrow, congratulations, because only 24 anglers in the world, or 24 opportunities in the world to fish the final day of a College Classic bracket. It's even less because we've had people make the finals multiple times, you know, and taking those spots. So
What the heck was he doing on your back porch?
no, yeah, I was talking.
you
Yeah,
were
I was
your
on my back porch talking to him on the phone. Yes. We bring him in for in-person interviews for the final day,
Fly
and
him
then
in.
fly him back out.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's a little interesting that I've been sitting in studio replacing Ronnie the last 2 days. You want to let everybody know,
Well,
where you've been the last couple days, Ronnie?
I mean, when they announced this college bracket, they did like about a month ago that it was going to be this weekend at this body of water. Well, on the schedule, it wasn't there earlier in the year when I got tickets to the Alabama-Arkansas football game in Fayetteville. So I'd already done that. I got on my hands and knees and begged Mike McInnes, and he said, you have to find yourself a replacement. And I said, well, I can find anybody on the street. And he said, no, I want you to find a high-quality person who would love to do this for 3 days.
You nailed that,
That list
Ronnie.
got very
This
short.
man's been awesome. You nailed that.
Did you tell him what side of the stadium you were going to be sitting on?
I did not. I did not
He's
tell him where I
banished
got the
from-
tickets or how I got them, but, you know, it works out. So I got to enjoy the weekend in Northwest Arkansas. I appreciate you filling in, and hopefully this gave you a newfound respect when we pepper you with questions that we're all doing it just in preparation of talking for 8 hours, you know, watching you guys fish.
It's been
And how much
awesome.
it drives you crazy watching Lewis catch a 6-pounder yesterday, and you want to go catch one right now, and we're stuck in here for the rest of the day.
It gave me chills yesterday. The hair on the back of my neck stood up when he caught that big one, just because I've been in that position. I know what those moments feel like, and those are really the moments that drive us to continue to do this, because it's the sport, and I've always said this, it's the most losing sport there is out of anything. And there's so many variables that you can't control that even the most winningest anglers we've ever had on the Elite Series have still lost more events than they've won. And it's moments like that that outweigh those lows. You know, those highs outweigh those lows, and those are things that you can't get any other way. Like those feelings that you get when that happens, and we're gonna see that again this week. You know, but those big bites when you get them, when such a big opportunity's on the line, you could see how that changed Lewis Monetti's emotions yesterday.
Look at that one. That's the kind we needed right there. Let's keep going.
And it's two different tones of momentum there. A 6-pounder to start your day or a 4-pounder to start your day.
It's a skinny one.
Those carry you
That's
throughout
all
the
two
day,
fish,
but when you
but
grind all day long
take
and
it,
maybe the
baby.
big bite comes in the last hour, it's the payoff. But I will say this. Oh, it looks like Seth Slanker has his 5th fish. This is live, keeper number 5.
Like one he might have had to measure.
1 second.
1 pound, so that'll give him 5 for 5.15.
We're 5.
He has now done his job. You got to catch 5, and then you worry about what they weigh later, what the big ones weigh. But we were going through a couple of those big bites from day 2 that we were talking about. We missed this one live, but this was just moments ago. Another one on the chatterbait for Seth Slanker. That's now 3 of his 5 fish, and it's the 3 most recent catches. Also got it on aerial.
Same fish catch.
It just goes to show you how these anglers' minds work. He's been throwing topwater in the morning, catches 2 fish, but he was missing some, picked up a chatterbait, caught 3 keepers, fill out his limit, and the next time we come to him, just a moment later, picks up a spinning rod for a different application on this dock.
Yeah, listening to Seth talk, he's been talking about how there's been multiple fish under certain docks. And I think he's recognizing that, and that's why you see him, he may catch one around a dock on a topwater or on his chatterbait, and then he picks up that spinning rod trying to pick off one more bite. I think that's a really smart strategy, knowing that maybe not every single dock has fish under them. There's certain ones that these fish are keying in on. And I think that could come into play.
I fish hit it twice, and the 3rd time he finally ate it completely.
Here's Slanker talking about that fish just slapping his chatterbait twice before it actually got it. And I've seen that a lot of times when bass start eating on shad, where they see something kind of come flashing by and they almost try to smack it and kill it and slow it down and then come back and eat it. Smallmouth are notorious for it, but all bass will do that. And I wouldn't be surprised if that's what was happening, right? That chatterbait skips under there, he's reeling it back, comes out from the dock piling, slaps it, tries to, injure that bait fish or kill it, where they're just reacting to it. And then finally that 3rd time, it got a good enough look at it where it was able to, capitalize on it. He does, in fact, have a limit for 5.15.
Yep.
There,
Updated right there.
Just populated. that he's gotten on a little bit flatter bank as well. And a lot of times those key docks will be right where that transition is, where it goes from, there'll be kind of 1, 2, 3 docks that are in that stretch where it transitions from a steeper, maybe 45-degree bank to a 60-degree bank, or vice versa. That a lot of times can be the key.
We've seen Seth Slanker on his trolling motor all day long, while Lewis Monetti has made some moves with his big motor. We will see if those moves pay off, but Lewis is definitely leaving it all out there today, not leaving any place untouched. Looking for some fish because Seth Slanker's done his job. He has a limit for 515, not a limit that will probably get him the classic berth he wants, but it's a start. Lewis Monetti with 2 fish for 2-4, trails him by 311 as we head into the next hour or so of competition. We will see who comes out on top, but hang with us. Final day of the college bracket.
The Strike King Bassmaster College Series, presented by Bass Pro Shops College Bracket at Lake Greenwood, brought to you live by Lews, is sponsored by
Minn Kota, Power Pole, Skeeter Boats, and by Rapala.
Strike King Bassmaster College Series season finale, the final day of the College Classic bracket presented by Lews. 2 anglers fighting for a lot on the line. We've talked about it before. Most notably, a Bassmaster Classic berth, Knoxville, Tennessee 2023, late March. That'll be the tournament these anglers are fishing for. They'll also get entry into all 9 Bassmaster Opens, a fully rigged truck and boat for these anglers to use throughout the country. And all of their dreams come true, as it looks like Seth Slanker has made a little bit of a move from the main lake back into a pocket a little bit. We'll see if he changes the type of structure he's fishing around or if it looks a little bit different. But for Seth Slanker, he is in the lead early. 5 fish limit for 515, about a 311 lead over Lewis Monetti, who only has 2 fish on his scoreboard.
Brandon, we mentioned the Opens. I want to get your take to get to the elites now. We've got the EQ, Elite Qualifier, where you're going to have to fish all 9 to qualify. What's your opinion on that? That you're going to get a more well-rounded angler qualifying into the elites?
Yeah, I mean, really there's pros and cons to both, right? Because overall, it's a better thing. You're going to get the guy that is more prepared, that he's going to be able to either afford or be able to gamble a little bit more on not only the entry fees that it costs to fish the elites, but also just the expense of traveling around the country to 9 pro events. And I think having those guys come out where they have to fish all 9 is going to create less guys that are going home after a couple years with a giant credit card bill. And so I think that's a really good thing. The negative part of it is that there are going to be some guys that maybe can't take all of that time off that are good enough to qualify, and those guys need to look at the Bass Nation.
And then quit their job and say, I'm an Elite Series angler now, I'm going to make my career on that.
Yeah, I mean, you just have to decide, because in the Opens, a guy before, when it was 3 events, he may be able to fish 2 lakes that he's really familiar with around his house.
And excel in both of those.
Does really well, and then qualifies, and he may not be ready, but he takes that opportunity. Now you're going to get guys that most likely are a little bit better, well-rounded, and that's not saying that we haven't had guys be successful.
It's
that have really
well-rounded
caught
in different
them.
ways. Not only fishing skill, but financially savvy with sponsors, duplicating an Elite Series traveling schedule of, these guys are like, I'm going to be in the driver's seat a lot next year. Well, you're fishing 9 tournaments. That's a national circuit. It's going to be mileage. You're going to have to get used to that.
And you still get to qualify for the Bassmaster Classic if you win one of those
3 divisions.
Yeah, if you win one of those events in one of those divisions, as long as you fish all 3 in that division. So there's still a lot of opportunity there. And, I think overall it's a a better thing. It's a step in the right direction of just kind of continuing to elevate that game. I think you're going to see a lot of really good anglers come in this next year, and in the future years to come. And I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if several of the names that we've seen this week will, make that transition and eventually qualify.
Well, look in the division. You got Lake Eufaula, Wheeler, and Harris Chain in October. Division 1, then you go to Division 2, Toledo Bend, Eufaula in Oklahoma, Lake of the Ozarks. In the third division, you'd have to travel this too, is Bugs Island in Virginia, St. Lawrence, and Watts Bar.
Yeah, from an all-9
September.
perspective, it's super diverse. Like, you're going to have to be able to do a lot of different things, and I mean, it's essentially an elite schedule, right, without the same prize tag. And so there'll be some guys that come out of there that can definitely catch them, and I think that kind of circuit of 9 will continue to grow, and you'll continue to see advancements happen with that that make it better and better.
And I heard some anglers say, if you're good, even when Jason Christie and Hackney requalified for the elites, they said they were so worried that one event out of the divisions, if you bomb or
Not even bomb
fall,
anymore. If you get 60th,
if you get 50th, 60th, you could fall out of your elite qualification. And this way, a lot of the pros are saying, I got a better chance if I do bomb my average of being consistently good on the other ones, I could qualify for the elites.
Well, yeah, you can have a 65th or a 70th when you're fishing all 9 and still have a good enough average to qualify.
You probably have 120th probably.
Yeah, because you're still beating half the field, but when you only have 3 events, you can't have a 50th or 60th very often, unless you offset that with like 2 top 3s to have a shot. And it's way too difficult that way. So I think it's a good thing overall, and it'll continue to grow and be a good thing.
Yeah.
When do you think this lake might ignite today? Lake Greenwood kind of been.
As you can see on the old bass track, we are struggling mightily right now. The wind's really picked up, and I feel like later in the day I can get something going in the backs of pockets for bigger bites. But right now, that main lake deal with the plopper and topwater, just tough. The wind's blowing so bad, I don't think those fish can really recognize it. So I decided we'll come out here, see if we can't pick up a limit. I've been really trying all week, every day all week. I've tried to give it a little bit of time offshore, because I really do believe it's possible to catch a better fish out off the bank. It has not come true thus far, but we're gonna give it a little bit of time. We should be able to tell pretty quickly if they're out here. I just kind of need something to fill the time before that afternoon back of pocket bite heats up. So this is kind of what I went to, just something I knew I could get some bites, get some confidence back in the boat, and yeah.
I'll pose this question to you guys. You get both if you win, but fishing in the Classic as a college angler or representing the college series through all 9 opens, getting entry, if you had to pick one, which one excites you the most? I have my thoughts, but I'll save it for last.
You're looking at me, Such. I think the question was for both of us, but
You want me to start?
Yeah, go ahead.
I would say Classic berth. Everybody vies for a Classic berth. I made the Bassmaster Classic. We've had elite guys that's why they were fishing the elites, to make the Bassmaster Classic.
I've never done
but,
it.
No, this is
I
a
argue
rock pile.
if you get a fishy opens, you can
underwater
qualify for the
point
elites and you can
comes out
qualify
off
for the
this
Classic
bank.
in both of them.
I spent
I
a
would
good
say
bit
getting into the Classic right off the bat.
Yeah. See, now I'm going to take the opposite approach. I think it's really where your thought process is, right? Of like where you want your career to go. If you want to fish for a living, like I did when I was 8 years old and decided this is what I wanted to do for the rest of my life, I would be more excited about the paid entries into the opens. And I also think that depends on your financial situation, right? If you don't have the finances to fish all 9 opens, then that's going to be a really big deal, right? Because you're wiping that expense out, and you're able to afford to go do that opportunity and qualify for the elite. So I would play the long game, or I'd be looking at the long-term goal of qualifying for the elite, saying that's where I want to go. And if I have to, I mean, obviously the guy that wins is going to get both, but I would be most excited about that open qualification, knowing that in the long run, that's going to pay off.
Well, do you think some guys could parlay their classic qualification
That's
to
what I was gonna
advertisers
just say. Well, I was just going to say
Oh, is it your point?
My selection, I would pick the Classic because it would be a dream come true, and because I'd win the Classic, so I'd get an elite that way. I wouldn't have to do the Open. No,
You get to the
I
next
kid about
Classic,
winning that,
too.
but
Piece of cake.
it is, yeah,
no
it's
problem.
super easy. But I will say, no, the Classic is, I cry every single time.
Yeah.
There's 2 dudes left and one wins the Classic on the stage. Just because I have dreamed about that as a person. I've been to a dozen or more Classics just working. And I've been in close, intimate situations. I carried the trophy down the hall for Jason Christie as the media's following him to the room because he left it on his boat. And I was like, someone's going to steal this thing, so I'm going to take it and carry it to him. So I've been in the back. I've done all those things. But to be able to fish in it is something unbelievable. And I just got a text of a screenshot of Lewis Monetti's Instagram. And in 2019 in Knoxville, he was in the crowd, and it was the final day weigh-in, and you see, I mean, it's just packed house in Knoxville, biggest Classic at that time. Caption said 1 day.
Yeah.
And that just gave me chills getting that text, because that is absolutely true. 1 day, it can make it happen, and no matter what level of bass you fish, that's the opportunity. And so for me, it would be the Classic, because it would buy me some time. It would light the fire even more to try to stay at it for longer, you know.
There's definitely, there's nothing that compares to the Classic stage. You know, I've been close to winning that title, stood on that stage a fair amount of times, and I've won on the elite level, and they're both amazing. But when you roll into that arena and there's smoke and the music starts playing and you can feel the bass and you can feel the crowd, and
Don Day's voice.
Like, you just feel like a rock star. I mean, it is such a cool feeling, and that feeling is, you know, kind of fueled by all the sacrifices that you've had to make. And we heard Lewis say earlier that the last few years he's really just focused on this goal, right? And when he says this goal, he means trying to make it to where he's fishing for a living, right? Where he's fishing the Classic, where he's qualifying for the elites. Like, he's really focused in on that. So it's cool that someone sent you that from 2019 where he said 1 day, and it shows that the last few years he has made, you know, different sacrifices, I'm sure, different decisions where he's came to a crossroads and said, no, I'm gonna make this decision because it's better for my fishing career.
What's it like for you, an 8-year-old dreaming from Idaho? We don't have too many guys from Idaho come in here and win 2 Angler of the Year
potato
titles.
farmers. They're not fishermen. That's why, I mean, it's a long shot.
That's the southern part of the state.
By the way, did you bring the bag of potatoes you're supposed to bring us?
Yeah, I brought those. They're in my backpack, Such. It's, I knew it was a long road, but there was a platform and a path and an opportunity there that was laid out for me. Right? The Bass Nation gave me that opportunity. I started out fishing in the Casting Kids and doing the Casting Kids competitions, and doing some of those, and then fishing local tournaments. And then by the time I was 16, you know, there really wasn't high school and college fishing. I mean, it was around, but there wasn't that path to make it to the elites. And that kind of goes back to where I was saying, you know, looking at the long game of, like, qualifying for the elites was the goal, because that's where I wanted to make my living. And I really focused on doing whatever I could. And, you know, a lot of people, not only myself, but a lot of people at home had to make sacrifices down that path.
All the family and...
Yeah, the family and friends and stuff, you know, and they wanted to hang out and be like, no, I got a tournament this weekend, I'm taking off, or I'm gone this week. And, you know, even I think even my principal and vice principal at the school had to take some sacrifices because I missed a lot of days my senior year.
I like how your mother said, you need a plan B in your life, and you said, why?
Yeah, why do I need a plan B if I'm not going to fail at plan A?
Exactly.
I mean, I don't know if I didn't really know what I was talking about at that time. It sounds a lot better when
Worked
you
out and made
actually,
you look smart, yeah.
when it does work out, it makes you look really smart. But that was the mindset that I had going into it.
Well, you got to, don't you, to make it and keep going?
You do.
And like you said, the losingest sport there is.
Well, and I think with this whole new change for the Opens, we saw a lot of people say, well, I can't keep my job and do the Opens to pursue my dream at the Elites. And they use other anglers that have qualified through one division or a different route in the past and use them as well. They wouldn't have been able to make the Elites with this format. And I told Brandon last night, we were having dinner, and I said, you know, you wouldn't have taken no for an answer. You would have sacrificed whatever you needed to do. And so oftentimes having a backup plan, having a safety net prevents you from achieving the best you could do in your actual plan, in your main goal. It always holds you back a little, even though it seems smart to have that extra money or whatever, but it never allows you to fully go for it.
100%.
And that's why you slept in your truck. That's why Lewis has an old school boat that doesn't have spot lock, doesn't have electronics, doesn't have, you know, all these different things. That's maybe his sacrifice suit to be able to fish all season and have enough money to travel. He wins Team of the Year. His boat seats are torn up. You know what? If he works hard enough,
impressive.
He's gonna have a brand new boat next year if he worked hard enough today and pulled it off. You know, so it all works out the way it's supposed to.
Well, I point to Brian New's story. He said, I wanted to be a pro angler all these years, and he did well, but he waited till he had the means to know he wasn't going to be a 1 or 2 year wonder and have to back off to his plan B, where he knew he was going to make it.
I mean, that's the cool thing is that there's a bunch of different ways to get here. You know, there may only be the Opens, the Bass Nation, the college bracket, but there's a million different stories of the routes that guys took there, the decisions they made. You know, some guys sacrifice it all. Some guys wait until they're established a little bit more, you know, with their careers financially before they go and do it, to know that they have kind of that backing to be able to do it where it's not going to cost them money.
Yeah, he said he had a year and change extra if he didn't win a dime.
Yep.
To continue on.
Yep,
So
exactly.
he had to have that.
While these anglers go through a little bit of a lull, make some adjustments, we saw Lewis Monetti retying and refiguring. Seth Slanker's moved to a little bit different portion of the lake. It's the midday lull, as we say. We will see what adjustments pay off and if these adjustments are remembered forever. I remember when I switched up to this part of the lake to win the College Classic bracket. Those things could be spoken after today for Lewis Monetti or Seth Slanker. Slanker on top with a limit for 515. Lewis Monetti 2 fish for 2-4 right now. Stay with us as we see more fishing from Lake Greenwood when we come back.
Whoa! Look at the size of that bass!
The Strike King Bassmaster College Series presented by Bass Pro Shops College Bracket at Lake Greenwood is brought to you live by Lews.
Just 2 anglers remain for the College Bassmaster season. The opportunity for a classic and representing your fellow peers. For a lot of these anglers, it used to be all kinds of age groups. Seniors, juniors, freshmen, sophomores, it didn't matter. You could make the bracket. For some of these anglers who have graduated at college, this is their path to springboard them into the Opens, the Classic, and the opportunity to become a professional in this sport and fish against guys like Brandon Polinick, who is joining us in studio all week long. Seth Slanker, probably not pleased with 5 pounds 15 ounces, but little does he know he has a 3 pound 11 ounce lead right now over Lewis Monetti. Slanker making his first big move of the day. He's been on the trolling motor basically all day long, bumping around his region and making a bigger move for Slanker. We see where takeoff is, we see where Manetti is. He had made a move farther west on this lake, up the river, up the lake, and has came back towards takeoff a little bit with a couple small jumps. And Brandon, for a lot of these guys, there's going to be adjustments to be made. It looks like he's fishing offshore.
What were you saying about that last cast, Magic? Oh, God. Ain't much.
think his flotilla is more pumped than he is.
Just happy he's got one in the boat.
Looks good to me.
Oh, it's touching. You good?
12-inch spot. That's a keeper, number 3.
He
What do
ain't
you
gonna
think?
be but 12 ounces.
No, he's going to be 9 ounces. Come on now.
I'm gonna give him 11 again.
12 ounces even.
Wow.
Nailed it.
Not what we need.
The smallest we've seen it measured was an 11 ounce.
Yep, he's got an 11, a 12, and a pound and 9 ounces for his 3 fish.
All right.
He did say
It's a
he
fish.
spent
It's
most
not a
of
big
his
fish. It's a
time
fish.
offshore in practice.
Carolina rigging was like deal. His
He about ripped the
patented,
rod out of my hand, which is typical of a little one.
His patented
And
marker
big ones that
buoy.
kind of just sit on it, it seems. One. Yeah, just a little French fry, a little 4-inch. You know, ultra finesse, not ultra finesse, but you know, typical of a Carolina rig. Especially around these little spotted bass, seems to be key little bait. But you know, now we're at what, 3 pounds? Yeah.
He's throwing a shorter than normal
Oh, look at that.
Carolina rig.
He spit out a little shad.
Hold it there for a second.
Tiny bait.
Whoo-wee. Take one of them sixers.
They're here on our scouting report from Brandon Cobb. He said this was one of the premier big fish lakes in South Carolina that he'd go to around there, even,
Yeah.
I
even
coulda
more
used
than
that
Murray.
thing. That could have been another ounce.
But now spotted bass have inundated the lake, and
Different
he
species
catch them
as
20
well.
to 1, but there's still big largemouth in there. He caught a 7.25 last week, Brandon Cobb told me. He expected to see a 6
There's a couple different strains of spotted bass. Some are
Water
the
weight,
northern
man.
strain, you know, Kentucky spots versus the Alabama spots, or and I believe it is the more of the northern strain in here, which is why they don't grow to be as big as they could be.
And at the California strained Bullard's Bar.
Yeah, which
Those
actually
big
came from
world records,
Alabama,
Which
I
actually
believe.
came from Auburn. They traded
Came from
out.
the Alabama spots.
It's just what they eat up there that make them get so big.
So are you saying, Such, the best
Yes,
thing California has to offer is from Alabama? Is that what you're saying?
That actually
Pretty
might be
much.
true.
I mean, that is just.
Yeah, I mean, that's
see
why you
what's
see
going on
those.
that rod tip. That'll turn you on.
That's why you see those, 20+ pound largemouth. Is you've got pure F1 strain, so you've got a pure Florida Northern strain mix, but then you have the right forage base, right? You've got trout.
All right, this is the second last cast here.
Well, that's what that Bullard's Bar spotted bass 11.4. I did a story on the world record, Nick Dullock.
Can it happen?
Cody
again?
Meyer had one out there and another angler.
We like to call it
Topping
vitamin T.
And I think they eat the, how do you say it, Coconut salmon?
Oh, can we
Kokanee.
just get
Kokanee
snagged and
salmon?
piss Lewis off? Looks like it's gonna be that. Yeah. All right. I'm gonna get this up, and get out of here.
Heard yesterday in the officials, they're all Bass tournament officials, in their group text and said, hey, Lewis forgot his marker buoy at his last stop. Can he go get it during the break? And he said, no, he's got to wait till after he resumes fishing to go get it. So I don't know if y'all saw that part of it, but he had to go back and get his marker buoy. Very cool. And with the way that our sport is transitioning, everything getting better, you have to have better equipment, you have to have most technology to be able to compete. It's very refreshing for a lot of our viewers to see someone fishing out of an old school rig, maybe not utilizing crazy technology or doing all the newest advancements and still able to compete based off sheer ability and I guess
Knowledge.
willpower.
Apparently, you don't have to have it. Yeah.
No,
Yes,
that's
Lewis
what-
Monetti has shown us that this week.
I put flames.
The whole season.
We put a flame decal on my motor to try to get it to go faster because I was only running an 18-foot boat with a 150.
Made it look
in college.
like it was going faster, right?
Totally. When I passed somebody, you knew you were going slow because I was passing you.
You know the reason that he's able to make it work though, is because he doesn't worry about it.
Yeah, exactly.
That's where
Give this
most
back to you,
people.
if that's all right.
That's where most people fail, is that they don't have the latest and greatest technology, and they instantly say, "Well, I'm not going to be able to
I'm at a
win.
disadvantage.
I'm at a disadvantage, right?" And so they're putting unrealistic, kind of barriers on themselves, where he's just saying, like, "This is what I've got to work with. I'm gonna catch them the way that I can. I'm gonna do what I can."
Shouldn't be too rough and
And whatever adjustments he has to make, if he's got to throw a marker buoy out, he's got to throw a marker buoy out. But he knows that he can still catch them, and that's why it works for him, is because he still has that mental approach that allows him to be able to do that.
And it takes some people some time. I know my senior year, I had some freshmen that fished with me, and I had gotten enough success in college that I wasn't phased with what boat I was running. And I remember one of the freshmen was enamored at Lake Hartwell watching 20, 21-foot boats launch and brand new trucks and stuff. And I said, we're going to beat most of those people today. Don't you, like, it's all good. And when you do that, you can finally realize it's not about the equipment, it's not about that, it's about the angler. And so,
Yeah, there's no doubt that the technology allows you to catch more fish. No doubt about it. But that only works if it's a guy that knows how to actually apply that technology, right? It's no different than taking a bait, so we'll just use a bladed jig, for example, because that's what Slanker's throwing here. You can't just say, well, I'm just gonna go throw a bladed jig and I'm just gonna catch them every single cast where I throw them. You still have to know how to work that bait. You still have to know where to throw that bait. You still have to make the right cast. The technology's no different. You have to know where to apply it. You have to know how to use it, how to read it. If you don't know those things, just having it on your boat doesn't instantly make you go catch more fish.
It's a distraction. It's actually, you spend more time doing that than fishing.
Brandon, what's your hierarchy of skills that makes a good angler? The innate knowledge of fishing, you said these guys are all the same, similar technicians of casting and whatnot. What do you think makes somebody who's going to be a success to the Elite Series?
You just got to be a fishy dude.
A fishy dude. Write that down.
You really have to having a understanding of seasonal movements and how bass transition back and forth from the spawn. It's a theory I use called the percentage triangle. And that is the biggest key.
Your knowledge.
Yeah, right. Locating fish is the number one thing. Catching them, oftentimes, not all the time. I've seen fish, a wahi, for example, that I couldn't catch.
Staying too.
But
No way I can get that.
Don't mention a wahi.
just seeing fish, you can't always catch them, but locating those fish is the number one key. And being able to, when you have that understanding of bass movements and their patterns and how they react to different variables, allows you to then be able to make those on the water adjustments, because the only constant in fishing is change. And so you constantly have to change with those fish.
Electronics will help you locate them, but you're starting by looking at a map. Sometimes you even set a hard map. Say I gave you a little homework assignment to look, how would you break down Greenwood? What would you look at and where would you target when you went for practice?
Yeah.
What would you look at?
Yeah, my favorite thing to do is pull out my iPad or pull out my Solix units. Like if I'm in my boat, I'll look at my Solix units. If I'm at the house or in my RV, I'll pull out my iPad. I'll pull up the Humminbird Fish Smart app, look at my Lakemaster charts, and actually go through and get a lay of the lake. And at different times of year, I'll put different highlight depths that will then key me into certain contour features and little changes in those contours. And then I use those contours as the highways, just like we drive on roads. Those contours are the fish highways. And then when I get to those areas, the available cover that's there will then determine what lures I pick up, right? Whether it's docks, grass, laydowns. Then I adjust my techniques and my baits to the available cover that's in relation to those contour lines.
All right. Now apply it to bull shoals, your first win.
Yep.
That spot you found, I remember flying over a helicopter and wondering, okay, what was it? I can kind of remember some of the details, but why did you choose that spot?
Well, here's the funny thing about bull shoals is there was one spot that was like made famous there when I won. Well, people had fished it before, but what most people don't know is that after practice, I had 73 waypoints where I had caught a fish 3 pounds or bigger during practice. And I only fished 12 of them in the tournament because I didn't have time to run all of them.
So he's saying he would have smoked the field even more if he got to actually.
That spot was magical. It was like,
well, I had another.
They were coming and going, right?
Yeah, it just happened to be okay. So really, this is what happened. Is I had never been to Bull Shoals, didn't know anything about it. They had a major tournament there, I think a week or 2 weeks prior to that, and Robbie Dodson's really great angler in the Ozarks Mountains area. He won that event, and in his article, when I was doing research trying to figure out, because I'd never even seen the lake, he said that if there was one area of the lake that he would fish that time of year, it was that area of the lake.
Where you looked.
So I'm like, well, I'll start practice there. The other thing that I keyed in on is that he said as the tournament went on, the lake was dropping and he caught his fish further and further out in the bushes. He was catching them flipping bushes. In my mind, what that told me is that even though the water was high, the water had dropped 7 feet in 2 weeks.
Yeah.
And it was pulling all
The
those.
big scope of the month, it was higher than it had been, but on the trending of the week, it was lower than it was.
Exactly. So all
A
those
lot of things to consider, yeah.
all those big females had pulled off to the first breaks, and any structure I could find out off the bank had 3 4-pounders on it. It was the most incredible thing I've ever found. I had one place in practice that I caught 6 doubles on 6 consecutive casts, and I never made a cast on it in the tournament because I never had to run down to that end of the lake. It's not very often that it's easy, and that week it just seemed like it was easy. But that's
And every year after that, Suchi said it's been easy fishing the Elite Series.
just a piece of cake. No,
It's been about 3 hours of fishing out there, and Seth Slanker's put 5 in the boat for 5:15, and Lewis Monetti, 1 fish per hour, 3 fish for him, 3 pounds even. It's getting a little tighter every time that Lewis catches one. Seth seems to answer, so we will see if Seth can answer when we come back. But this is the bracket. Final day of the College Bassmaster Classic bracket presented by Lews. 1 angler will advance. We've taken it from 8 anglers, the top 4 teams in the nation. You see those weights every day. It's going to take at least 10 pounds to normally advance in your bracket. We're about halfway there. We're about just before halfway of the day of fishing on Lake Greenwood. We will see how they do. Lewis Manetti, UNC Charlotte versus Seth Slanker, Florida Gateway College when we come back.
Whoa! Look at the size of that bass!
The Strike King Bassmaster College Series presented by Bass Pro Shops College Bracket at Lake Greenwood is brought to you live by Lews.
Welcome back to the Bassmaster College Series Classic Bracket presented by Lews. Lake Greenwood, final day, Championship Monday. Last call for the College Series for 2022. The winner today will advance to the Bassmaster Classic and also represent the College Series and their university on the Bassmaster Opens next year in the EQ points race. Fishing all 9 to be able to make the Elite Series and 9 shots at making the Bassmaster Classic is the goal of most tournament anglers. Love to make it to that level of tournament fishing.
Get the use of a fully rigged nitro and a Toyota Tundra. Tow it around to all the events.
We appreciate the support of so many people that make this College Series go round and round, with Strike King and Lews jumping on this year, sponsoring the College Series, and Bass Pro Shops always supporting, especially with that nitro, and Toyota with the Tundra. There's so many people that make a college angler's dream come true. We just host the platform where the best college anglers want to go head-to-head and compete for this opportunity. And Lewis Monetti, 3 fish in the live well. He had the best weight yesterday, over 16 pounds for his 5-fish limit. The best day and angler we had seen all week so far. He's trying to harness a little bit of that, but he mentioned, hey, a little bit of trials and tribulations on the final day, kind of exactly like I'd expected to be. If it was super easy, you'd have to wake up from your dream.
Yeah, it's never just easy all the way through. There's always some hurdle, you know, especially in a multi-day event. You see him switching up, fishing a little bit more offshore. That aerial really did a good job from the drone footage showing how that wind is picking up. You could see those wind gusts blowing across the lake. It really seems to have changed this fishery today. But
Ooh, Seth Slanker hooks up. Small one.
I don't think he'll do anything. Look how deformed he is. Yeah, I'll measure him. Man, he's 12.
Yeah, 12.
Well, hey, we'll aim.
Yeah, might as well.
Might as well.
a little crooked.
Might have been out, yeah. A weird looking bass.
These guys are about 30 minutes from the weight reveal. If they choose to accept it, I'd love to hang for an extra 5 minutes and be able to see that and do that. But for you, Brandon, we talked about that. Would you want to know? Would you not want to know? But at this point in the day, Seth Slanker's got 6 bites, 6 keepers in the boat, 6 bites. Is he dialed in on this, and this is what he's going to do? Because we've seen Lewis struggle, and he's bounced around and tried a lot of different things. Is Seth kind of, once he gets that reveal, maybe make a decision there, but he's got to feel comfortable at least getting some bites.
Yeah, listening to him talk this morning, I think he's really comfortable with that chatterbait, the jig. You know, he's done that. That's kind of produced a lot of the majority of his bites that he's actually weighed in the last 2 days. You know, and the fact that he's been able to get some bites doing it today, I imagine he'll continue kind of that 1-2 punch rotation. Day 1, we saw him catch fish on a lot of different baits, but I think the one he's really dialed into those 2 baits kind of being the most consistent, and like he was saying, that going to give him a better opportunity at getting that largemouth bite. We saw him get 1 largemouth this morning, which is the biggest fish he's caught today, biggest one we've seen today. Manetti hooked up.
Yeah, baby.
That'll make a difference.
Nicer.
That one might be now the biggest.
That's the bite we needed.
Bigger than 115.
That's
You're fine.
Yeah, that's a 2.
Sorry, buddy.
No, you're fine.
2 and change.
We needed that bite bad. Good largemouth.
He's down 2 pounds, 15 ounces.
3/4, please. Ooh, she's mad.
Let's just put it on
what,
Yep.
2.5-ish.
Oh, your scale.
off
Yep,
again.
you got it. Yeah, baby.
Hang on.
2.5 to 2 3/4.
Yeah, I'd definitely say
Good.
at least 2.6 or more.
You tell me.
Ready.
Okay.
No, take her off. the end.
Definitely not that.
No worries.
Reset.
Hold her up for the drone. Where'd you catch that on, Lewis?
I caught that on that fathead jig, man. That's where our two better bites have come on today, so we might have to just lock that in our hand.
2 pounds, 9 ounces. 2 pounds,
That'll work.
9 ounces.
That'll work. That'll work. That'll work. Needed that one, baby. 2.5 pounder. Let's keep going.
Two and a half pounder puts him within 6 ounces of the lead, I believe, Such.
About right there, Ronnie.
It's gonna tighten things up.
And
two
that's
fish.
4
Bad
fish.
weight,
That's
one
one
fish.
How about
one
that?
fish from a limit
That's
as
what
well.
I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. We ain't done. We got all day, baby. We around them better fish. We're gonna get this thing done. This is a dock that I got some bites on the other day and missed them all. You said 2.9, right?
Yep, 2.9.
All right. We can work with that. I mean, I guess we're forced to work with that, aren't we? All right, so now we got 2 I'm okay with weighing in. Only needing 3 more bites is a lot better than needing 4. A lot better.
See his spirit pick up a little bit with that fish.
Oh yeah, you can definitely tell he got a little bit of a momentum boost.
And you'd love to run a pattern. You'd love to know that I could go to this dock and do this thing and catch a fish, or this riprap and do this thing and catch a fish. But on a final day like this where there's nothing to fish for tomorrow, if your pattern dies out, it does not matter. You just need to go catch 5 on 5 different baits on 5 different structures. It doesn't matter.
You know, I've been saying all week,
And that's why he's kept a lot of things honest.
or at least all day yesterday. I mean, waiting for that jig to really playing. Hopefully today's the day, because like I said, I really like catching them on this thing. When you can catch a 2.5 and swing them in a boat as opposed to playing them, it's a lot more fun. Or a lot less stress releasing.
I haven't seen many guys fish a jig like he does either. He almost has this single hop instead of just dragging it or like kind of quick shake hops. It's like just a one quick hop.
Safety's officially off as well.
Yeah. First fish between 2 and 3 pounds all week. How about that? Still not a spotted bass. I don't know if 2.5 pound spots live in this place. I've been proven that they don't. But we will take them regardless of the species.
Curious if that's him just trying to get those fish to react, or it's just quick hop, drop, hop, drop.
Especially because the way he rigged it earlier, he hung his trailer on there.
Yeah.
Because he had the part of the stick worm run up the shaft, hung his trailer, so gives a little bit of a slower fall under there. And
It's almost like a combination of dragging it along the bottom and swimming it.
This whole stretch right here, I mean, I've gotten bites all week down this stretch, so we're just gonna pick it apart. I feel confident with this jig right now.
Heavy Height told us that's a good kicker lure for Lake Greenwood here, and Brandon Cobb said, yeah, you
That's
go
a
junk
mood
fishing
changer
for the
right
big
there.
ones. They're just random.
We need that.
I'll say for Seth Slanker.
Like
he
I
probably
said, I
didn't
like
think he's
how I
lead
feel
with
about the
5:15.
afternoon, even though it's
But
blowing like
If he
crap.
wants to hear it,
We got a really
the
nice
reveal,
high sun today, so
probably
these
be
backs of
pleasantly
pockets
surprised
should
that
warm
we're
up.
both neck and neck.
Hopefully get some big ones playing. This is that.
Slanker hooked up.
Call for him.
Good. One, 1-5. I think you're cool.
Should help him increase his lead.
What's that? 1-4?
1-5.
Or 1-5, my bad.
Give him a 6-ounce coal. Moves him up to 6.5. Now a 3/4 of a pound lead over Lewis Manetti, which based on Lewis's spotted bass bites, if he catches another spotted bass, then he'll tie him because he's catching 3/4 pound spots at will.
All right.
You also think, Brandon, that Lewis throwing the jig the way he is with the trailer obviously slows the fall down. He, like you said, he can hop it, but also maybe swim it back a little bit. He's fished a lot more of those flatter banks that we had talked about. Do you think that plays into his hand as well? It's not he doesn't need to get to the bottom as quicker because it might be shallow or farther out. He's able to test the depth zone as you get out to the end of the docks all the way.
Yeah, it definitely does. And I mean, from my experience, I would feel like he's putting himself around more largemouth. You know, a lot of times you get in these lakes where some of the biggest largemouth will live in the lower end of the lake on some of the steeper stuff, but the general population of largemouth will live kind of in the upper ends of it in those flatter pockets and stuff where maybe there's not as many spotted bass. You know, largemouth are just notoriously kind of a shallower, flatter watered species. So curious to see, you know, as the day continues to develop, who ends up getting more of those, really at this point, 2+ pound bites. Because those are, you're gonna need to continue to catch those if you wanna have a shot at winning today.
Well, Slanker had 10-13 yesterday, 9-11 the first day. Monetti had 10-4 and then 16-14 yesterday. What do you think is a good target weight for these guys to got a
think
good shot to win?
11 or 12 pounds.
Yeah, you got to have over 10 to win today.
Yep, right around 11 or 12.
In their head, their target weight.
Oh, we might have hit a window, guys, as we talked about it, these adjustments, maybe riding with what got you there and sticking to your plan for Seth Slanker that's paid off with a call for him in the last few minutes. But he got off to the hottest start out of both these anglers, catching an early limit. Meanwhile, Lewis Manetti has had 2 quality bites, 2 of the 3 biggest fish we've seen today,
All right.
a 1.9 and a 2.9.
Better than average spot, £1.5. We'll take it.
Lewis Manetti is trying to come back, and he doesn't even know it. Both these anglers do not know what their competitor has at the moment. Seth Slanker still in the
Almost
lead.
2-pounder.
Just made his first call of the day. Lewis Monetti up to 4 fish. This one right here, though, Brandon,
baby.
such an incredible fish catch and important for his day. 2.9 there, more than doubles his weight and gets him closer to Seth Slanker. Updated leaderboard there. Seth Slanker 6'5", Lewis Monetti 5'9", a 12-ounce lead for Seth Slanker. Lewis still has 1 more to fill his limit. We'll be back 20 more minutes of fishing before the midday break and the weight reveal when we come back for Bassmaster Live at the College Classic Bracket on Lake Greenwood.
The Strike King Bassmaster College Series, presented by Bass Pro Shops College Bracket at Lake Greenwood, brought to you live by Lews, is sponsored by
Ranger Boats, Yamaha, Toyota, Berkeley, and by Progressive.
There it is, the patented college bass music. You know it's bracket time, and it is time to crown a champion today of the Bassmaster College Series for 2022. We had the national championship just a few weeks ago, and we crowned Coastal Carolina. And today we will crown an individual champion that will go on to the Bassmaster Classic as we take a look at the Strike King Eye in the Sky. Great visuals, especially on a dock lake. It's not exactly all the same. It looks similar. There are a couple different little deals that make every pocket different, and we've seen that, Brandon, throughout the day as some docks extend much farther out. The contours based underneath those docks change, and what you're throwing under them matters. And a guy like Seth Slanker been throwing a chatterbait. A guy like Monetti has now locked a jig in his hand. Two different approaches, fighting for the final day on the bracket.
I love being able to get these aerial views. You really get a good layout of how these docks are positioned. You know, you get that drone up in the air, you're able to look and say, okay, well, you know, these docks are laid out a little bit further, they're out to the break. You can really see how that bottom lays out, you know, which ones are sandy, which ones aren't.
When I started bass fishing, you know, he was the guy. I read his book and, you know, just kind of obsessed over the guy. He's definitely an idol to this day. One of the coolest experiences of my life was after winning Team of the Year, Michael and I got to go on Ike Live, and that was just amazing. Hoping that we can make something happen here, get on again. But no, super cool. I love that guy. Love all them guys at Ike Live. And yeah, would love to get back on with a win here this week.
So the Ike Live guys are not afraid to get wet?
Yeah, exactly.
Fall in their boats?
Pete's been baptized at the Chesapeake
Pete.
a couple times.
He appreciated all our coverage of that, too,
Oh my
let me
gosh,
tell you.
I appreciated it. It carried us for a little while there.
I was not in the know at the open. He rolled off his boat. Got a little wet.
Pete had to have had some sort of ballet or gymnastics background with the grace that he presented during that.
I just wanted to see photos of his bare, you know, the back, take a shirt off and see if there's
Let me get one
bruises
more
the
of
next
them
day,
before the
like, you
break.
know, later
He
on.
rolled with it. I don't think he slammed down real hard, but
Just one
I mean,
more.
breaking your trolling motor cable. And
Yeah, but if Brandon is considered a
smooth.
veteran and an old guy of the sport now, then Pete's really an old guy. And I
Wow.
love Pete, and I would say that to him right now.
Pete's a good guy. They're going to win that tournament, too. Boy, he's like, how did I not win that?
That's the question I asked
Yeah.
him. Like, how are you?
This wasn't his time.
He was right there. Couple good bites, like all these guys. Oh,
That looked like a good one. Nope.
Good.
One five.
Okay.
Cold pound.
Should give him another 5 ounces, I believe.
1-5, Cole's out a 1-0. Still has one more, one even to get rid of as well. Now it's put him a pound and an ounce ahead. Every time Lewis has caught one, even though it hasn't been fast and furious, he's caught one per hour. Every time he's caught one, Seth has caught one or two to answer.
Nickel and diming him.
yeah, Slanker's biggest fish on day one was a 3.6. And helped
Yeah.
him get over the top there.
So he hasn't really caught any real big ones, any giants. He's just been consistent.
Just not. Hey, we got him. We got him. You want to measure him or no?
Yeah, we better. Just to stay consistent.
Be safe. Yep.
Just to stay consistent for TV.
Yep, yep. Oh, baby. That's your call. My mouth. Ooh.
No, don't let him go.
Here, I'll show you. Ready? Mouth closed.
Yeah, just stay in the tail. He's good.
Okay.
We got 12.
Glenn Kale, the brand new college tournament director for 2022.
What are you doing
Replacing
eating
Hank
that big
Weldon.
jig?
In the boat with Lewis Manetti right now.
13 ounces.
Okay, works for me. Yeah.
Now a 4-ounce lead for Seth Slanker instead of a pound and an ounce.
It's getting tight.
All right.
Trading
Now
shots.
we got to upgrade. Sorry, Glenn, you were saying?
No, you're good.
Both our anglers have limits now.
Fish at the program where you went to school.
I'd say we've got maybe 12 guys who are active and, fishing the bass tournaments and all that, but probably 25 members. We got some guys that just show up to club tournaments and that kind of thing. That was an interesting fish catch right there. It's a 5 bass limit for...
There's a 5 bass limit for
I don't want to hear his weight, but I would like to hear mine.
13 ounces. That's what we agreed upon.
Yep.
13 ounces. 6
Should give him
pounds,
6'6".
6 ounces.
Okay.
5 bass limit. 6 pounds, 6 ounces.
With 3 babies.
Got that one before the break.
Yeah, we got 5 out of the way. Feeling good about a jig today.
So so 3 bites so far have been on that jig.
Yes, and although that one was 13 ounces, I think it was my 3rd biggest. So the 3 biggest bites, even though that one is not big, have come on the jig. So we are going to keep that thing in our hand today, I think. It definitely seems to be a key bait for whatever reason. Like I said, I do not know why. This is like the 3rd pack I've opened and pulled one out of, but
9 minutes till break.
okay. We'll take it right now. She's coming today. I know she is.
I told you guys it was going to be a close one today.
All kinds
even
of
if
stuff going on
even
right
if
now.
Seth had a lead or Lewis could take the lead and have a big lead, and I still think it's going to be tight till the end of the day.
If they keep trading shots like they have the last 30 minutes, it's going to be. I hope they start trading shots with 5 and 6 pounders.
How much time did you say again till break? I'm sorry. Couple minutes. Okay. Thought it was less than that. Boat ramp. Come on, Carolinas, boat ramp. It's supposed to happen.
Wherever you finish up at, if you want to, tie up on the dock or put something close there so you don't float around.
Yeah, that'd be awesome. Little momentum going into the break. I like it. I like it. Just got to stay the course.
One of the things I love about bass fishing.
Hey, it's only one more night, right?
I love that it's all relative, right? So a 3-pounder at the Sabine River is not the same as a 3-pounder at Lake Fork. And so every time when you go to a body of water, that weight changes, right? Where it's a good one, a fish that you get excited about. So I'm gonna catch a 3-pounder at Lake Fork and be like,
Same.
thanks, but no thanks. Catch a 3-pounder at the Sabine, that is, for lack of better words, game changer type fish, right? And so you get excited about those 2 and 3-pounders at the Sabine because it's relative. They make a difference in your performance on the leaderboard.
Game changer isn't a weight; it is a importance of a fish.
Yes,
and that changes, like you said.
Yeah, and that's all relative. So,
and does it change day to day in conditions as well, though, or just pretty much the fishery?
Yeah, I mean, depending on your day, like you're gonna, like we've seen Manetti get way more pumped, almost equally as pumped up about his 2.5-pounder today as he did about his 4-pounder yesterday, because it's been a little bit tougher day. It's been a slower day. He knows that fish is about a pound bigger than what the average fish is, and then if he catches 5 of those quality of fish, he's gonna have a shot to win today. And so he's telling himself he's got one of those right bites. He needs 4 more of those, and he's gonna have a really good shot.
Ryan, I think it's really cool that Brandon Palmick, our Angler of the Year, is in here, and he's adding up weights. He's adding up weights and giving us this great analysis. He's like really invested in this competition.
This is the first time he's ever paid attention to the standings or points or fish weights ever.
First time? Nah.
Yeah, exactly.
I asked him yesterday. I got him, and I asked him which AOI was closer, and he said, yeah, he knew the points.
Yeah. Well, we wanted to say, bring it in the studio. You're not going to join us. You got to hit a flight and get out of here. Where are you going the rest of the week? We appreciate you stopping by for a couple days.
Yeah, I've got a busy week. I'm actually going to fly out today. I'm going to go to Montgomery to the Ray Scott Memorial Service, go down there and pay tribute to him. And I mean, none of this is happening without Ray Scott, right? I mean, 100%. So it's pretty crazy when you think about that, how much of an impact he had. And then we're going to take it from there, and I'm going to fly to Springfield. I'm going to go to the Bass Fishing Hall of Fame and go up there, probably bid and spend way too much of my money on a bunch of really cool items up there. I've been known to do that. Last year I bought the Seth Fighter AOI jersey for a bunch of money, but I think it's cool. That money goes back to the Bass Fishing Hall of Fame and pay tribute to those guys. We've got some phenomenal inductees this year.
I got a feeling, Such, that we'll see a blue jacket on this guy in the Hall of Fame one day as well. But it has been a jam-packed weekend of fishing, and now weekday, Monday morning here at the College Classic Bracket. We will see you in just over an hour's time. 2 anglers still duking it out. They're about to take their midday break, reveal the weights if they so choose, and then they will be back to fishing after about a 15-minute hiatus. We will be back in an hour for the last 3 hours, and we will crown a champion on Bassmaster Live at the end of the day. Lewis Monetti, a couple key bites, got him back in the game late in this 4-hour section of the morning. Meanwhile, Seth Slanker has just been steady Eddie all day long. We will see which angler. UNC Charlotte, Florida Gateway College, Lewis Monetti, Seth Slanker. One of these anglers is going to the Bassmaster Classic, and we are halfway through the day. When we return in an hour, we will see the second half of the day.
Slanker has 6'10", a 4-ounce lead over Manetti, 6'6".
You can keep up with that on Bass Track, on Bassmaster.com, the blog as well. We'll be live with Bassmaster Live.
We got him.
About an hour's time. We will see you there.
The Strike King Bassmaster College Series, presented by Bass Pro Shops College Bracket at Lake Greenwood, brought to you live by Lews, is sponsored by
Humminbird, Mercury, Nitro Boats, and by Bass Pro Shops.
Welcome back to Bassmaster Live. The last 3 hours of the season here for the 2022 Bassmaster College Series Classic Bracket presented by Lews on Lake Greenwood in South Carolina. We're going to spend the next 2 weeks of tournaments in South Carolina as we finish up the bracket today. We have the Bassmaster Open, which will be live next Saturday as well in this state at Lake Hartwell. That'll wrap up the Southern Opens, but today, the task at hand, we have whittled it down from hundreds of teams, thousands of anglers throughout the season to the top 4 teams and the 8 individual anglers. And each day, we've whittled it down in half. We went from 4 yesterday to Lewis Monetti and Seth Slanker on the final day, duking it out. UNC Charlotte, Lewis Monetti trails currently by 6 ounces to Seth Slanker from Florida Gateway College. We'll keep our eyes as this matchup has gotten much tighter over the last hour of competition. We will see how it transpires over the next 3 hours. And
Too close to call, Ronnie. It's too close to call.
It is too close to call right now,
They
even though
always
that's
are on the
official
final
weights.
day.
But wanted to bring you into the Bassmaster Studio, sponsored by Marathon. Mike Sukon to my right. Tommy Sanders joining us for the last 3 hours of the show to my left. Tommy, you got to see the last couple days and enjoy commentating with Brandon Polinick as I was gone.
Absolutely.
The kind of insight Brandon brings to the show and the kind of learning it's cool to see someone who knows so much about the sport continue to learn by watching people who are younger than him and still new in their own fishing competition.
Think about it. He's out there doing it for 8 hours a day during every Elite Series tournament, yet during this, he was so intent on watching every move these guys made. He did not lose focus on that screen for 1 second. It was phenomenal. And of course, what he offered was phenomenal as well.
Yeah, he can drop some wisdom sooches. He learned so much throughout it. But
Oh,
what
man.
have you learned about, I knew a lot of these college anglers that were fishing in the bracket. What have you learned about some of these guys, especially Lewis Monetti's huge day yesterday and Seth Slanker's good start this morning?
That they're way sharper than I would imagine in college. But that's what the college series has done to a lot of these guys. I always say it puts them through the paces. They learn how to fish tournaments. They know how to go to a tournament and practice and, win.
Yeah, it doesn't
They learn the
matter if
ropes.
they've got older equipment or not as superior technology. They know how to get it done with their style, and that's going to suit them well for the Bassmaster Opens and beyond. And that's what they're shooting for today on Lake Greenwood. The winner will advance to the Bassmaster Classic. As we take the Lews look at the lake, they'll also get an opportunity to fish all 9 Opens next year, trucking a boat, obviously funding to do so. It's a great jump start into a career, maybe professionally fishing. Looking at the lake now, the Lews look at the lake, Such. From this morning, Lewis Monetti making a move farther
Back.
south on the lake towards the dam. Meanwhile, Seth Slanker has lived in this respective region, and now he's poking his nose into this pocket a little bit more than he had early this morning. He stayed on the main lake predominantly.
With all the movement, do you worry about Manetti that he's...
Not bad. I've been catching more fish than yesterday, but I just haven't got around that big bite. I think I need a good kicker fish to really jump ahead or jump up. Still catching them 1.5 pounders. Can't really get a bigger bite. I'm gonna keep doing what I'm doing. I don't want to change anything up, and I'm just gonna keep casting and grind it out. I think eventually I'll get a bigger bite if I can get it in a boat.
Seth Slanker giving a little bit of an update there. We got to see him make a small 2-ounce cold during this last hour. We've been gone, and Slanker has moved up to 6 pounds, 12 ounces, has a 6-ounce lead. 6-ounce lead. I do believe, Tommy, Seth did hear the weight reveal.
Yeah.
Lewis, though, on the other hand, did not want to hear it.
Again.
Refused it yesterday.
There and go to the mother dock.
which both are admirable. Paths, you want to know what your competitor has, or you want to just do your best, absolutely do your best on your own recognizance. And
Focus
Seth,
on your work at hand.
For Seth, though, he's had a solid morning. His weight may not show how many fish he's caught, though. 612. Like he said, he's just stuck on 1.5 pound fish, but he has gotten more bites than most of our anglers have at this point in the day, and he definitely has outpaced Lews Manetti.
I think he's done that in the previous days. Really caught a lot of fish, but they were in the all under 1.5 pounds. He had a big 3.6 on day one, though.
He does have some small ones that he can get rid of. He has a 1.1, a 1.2, and 2 fish that are 1.5 to get rid of, his biggest being close to 2 pounds. Meanwhile, Manetti has 3 fish under 1 pound, and the game changer for him is he has 2 of the 3 biggest fish of the day, though. He has a 2.9 and a 1.9, so his opportunity to grow to a maximum bag is there, whereas Seth has to probably cull out most of his fish if he wants to get above 10 pounds. Unless he gets that one big bite we saw show up. He caught 2 key fish yesterday, got him close to 10 pounds, but we've seen 4-pounders. We saw a 6-pounder as well yesterday. There are some big largemouth that he has been targeting with this chatterbait. If he can get one of those bites, he'll be in a good position.
College sophomore at Florida Gateway. College sophomore leading on the final day with the prospect of a classic slot. Amazing to think about.
It's pretty tight, nerve-wracking. I'm trying not to let that bother me. I'm just gonna keep fishing and let it play out like how it's gonna play. Nothing I can control but keep fishing and let it be. I don't want my mind to get messed up over all that. I know right before break, I think he caught one. They updated the bass track, and it was pretty close. But stickfish.
You're absolutely correct, Tommy. The first couple years of this bracket, we saw seniors almost every single year advance. It's kind of their last year of college. They get the opportunity to go pro right immediately out of that. But the tide soon turned in the middle of the kind of, 5-6 years ago. Jacob Fouts, as like a freshman, got it done. We've seen all age groups since then really get represented well. And Slanker's seasoned beyond his years, though.
Oh, absolutely.
Him
Very
and
much
Jackson
alike. Really
Swisher.
poised.
I told him on the phone, I said, I want to be completely honest with you, Seth. I know how good Jackson is, but I do not know much about you. Are you just along for the ride, or are you one who's ready for the top level as well? And he said, I've been fishing with Jackson for years and years. In the
14
high school
years
level.
old, night tournaments.
Yes,
Parents taking them and dropping them off.
Yes, and he explained a couple of those different aspects and how him and Jack, because you always wonder that. Who's the leader of that boat? Or are they equal partners, or is this
There's always that sort of relationship.
There's always going to be one that's a senior to the other, experience-wise, but do they work together, or is one leading the ship and the other's riding along? And he said, it really is a good partnership. We fish well together. We've done high school championships together. We've won the college for the state tournament in Florida the last couple of years.
Won the nation college twice,
And so Seth said, yeah, Jackson's been able to fish a few Bassmaster Opens and done very well leading some of those events, but he has not. He will soon jump into those, maybe after this event.
Nah, they ain't gonna help. Bo, get out of here. Get out of here. Get out of. Oh no, he gone the whole way down. He's bleeding and crap.
Talk to me about your day so far.
Hold on one second. He turned my trolling motor off. Been slow, still is, but like I kind of said earlier, we just need to find one or two good bites. It's happened to me twice this week already. I don't see any reason why it can't happen again. Obviously, it's getting late in the day, but I think we turned things around right before the break. I'm definitely feeling a lot better than I was prior to that. And it's just we got to land on them. We're kind of fishing some new water now, something I've done pretty much this whole entire tournament. And we're just going to cover a bunch of water and see what happens. I mean, there's big ones that live in here. I know Brandon Cobb said he caught a 7 the week before this tournament started. So we just got to land on one of those, and we'll be punching our ticket.
That big largemouth we just saw, the highlight of it came at 10:30, and I was so glad to see it. Lewis gives us a lot normally, but once he gets a big largemouth in the boat, the sharing goes up.
The Jersey in him comes out for sure.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Saw a little
great
pep in
moment.
his step when he caught that 2.9 today. A little bit more.
yeah.
10:30.
The determination and those different things.
I really didn't try to prepare for it. I mean, any different way. I mean, I more so just tried to prepare as if I was going to win the tournament, as opposed to trying to, qualify or do well or something like that. I've just been kind of looking at it as I need to be fishing big baits, fishing for big bites, because every day is a new day. And with the fall being the way it is, conditions are changing daily. I really do not feel like I burned anything or anything like that yesterday, having such a big bag, just because the conditions have been completely different. I mean, the area where I caught 2 of those big fish and lost a third has been just beaten down by the wind. And I don't think I can target those fish the same way I was. So really haven't changed my approach all that much. Just trying to win the thing, catch a big bag every day. That's really been the way I've looked at it. The first day maybe not as much. I kind of tried to get a limit and then go looking for big ones, just because I knew that shallow bite would be changing with the weather. But kind of still holding to that same truth. I mean, I'm fishing for big bites right now. If we catch a couple 2-pounders along the way, I will not complain.
It's got a little bit more overcast today. Winds died down a little bit unless they're in protected areas.
Yeah, it was coming from the northeast this morning, Tommy. I don't know if you get to see that. But
The wind you're
Seth
talking about?
is, the bank
here,
that
acting like
Seth
they
has
haven't seen
stayed
a
on,
bait.
he's been protected all
It's a good
day.
sign.
Meanwhile, Lewis has ran around and seen a lot of the lake, and the wind was blowing right in on him, which on a sunny day could definitely help, wind masking your bait and things. But
Mama's got to be lurking.
Lewis has kept a lot of things honest. You were about to mention that, I think, Such, about, is it concerning how much Lewis has ran around?
Yeah.
I think it's
Wonder if it's a concern or if it's
There's
knows
two-
that this place is, I'm not getting any bites, so I need to try this one.
And there's 2 ends of the spectrum. There's the guy who's going to keep his trolling motor down all day and end up fishing through water he's already fished through. Is that a smart thing? Or running new water, is that a smart thing? I think Lewis realizes there's a couple key stretches that have paid for him multiple days. I think he's caught a fish off a dock, 2 or 3 fish off one dock before. There's a couple places you want to retouch, but in a place like this is their 4th day on the water with a couple different days of conditions. It's okay to run new water as much as they are, and I think that on a day like this where you might not have a pattern and you can catch them on 3 or 4 different baits or different sections, it's okay to run around and not feel like you're doing too much.
That's something that Brandon talked about yesterday. Different parts of the year we could talk about places replenishing, being there, being where they're going to, and stuff like that. This time of year, it's not quite so cut and dried. You're probably just as well to keep on the move, keep looking.
And there's like I was mentioning in the first couple hours of the show, This region, I mean, for most of the South, it's been stable weather for the last 3 months. It's been hot. We're finally getting cool temperatures. These guys have been in hoodies and bibs all day long. It's been cooler in this part of the country as well. Also, the hurricane comes through, mixes in a little new water. This is the first change that these fish have had as we make our way to fall. So they're never going to be the same every day now going forward.
Kind of kept the same approach every day this tournament.
You can see the back into the pockets with the Strike King eye in the sky. This will be a portion of the body of water that'll start to get a lot of activity over the next week or two. I told Seth that. He said, I feel like we're about a week from really seeing the fall where some of the backs of the pockets play. I said, that is a Bassmaster Tournament 101.
Yeah.
They were biting last week before the storm, and they're going to bite next week. These are the conditions you're being dealt. What are you dealing with? And the shad and those different bait fish are definitely going to push towards the backs of those fingers of pockets over the next week or two as the temperatures cool off. And Brandon Polinick pointed out a great thing when we had a Strike King eye in the sky earlier about certain banks. You can tell that they're much flatter from maybe Google Earth or visuals above because of how far they extend out. You know, they have to keep the boat slip itself in a certain depth of water, so they have to keep it that far off the bank. And some of Seth Slanker's docks were much shorter, which means much more easier access to deep water. A lot of Lewis Monetti stuff this morning was a lot longer docks, a lot flatter banks.
Where was it where they had to dredge around their docks for their boats to get in there? They had to have little canals.
Don't talk about dredge docks. That's money, dog.
Look out.
That's money.
Now, anytime you see that dark water coming close to the dock, that was the stuff that got you a little excited.
I love,
when a guy, especially when a guy moves in on it.
I love a nice dark rectangle around a dock because it's shallow up on the sides, but it's got a little trench for them to sit in. They can live there all year long because it's going to be 10 to 15 feet deep normally, and it has access to 2 feet of water. Lake Norman, place that Lewis Monetti fishes quite a bit at UNC Charlotte, does that exact same thing, a lot of their docks.
All right.
I haven't seen a shot of his partisans, his fans yet, but it sounds like he's got more today than he had the previous two.
And they're playing some music, right?
Classic flotilla. It was like 6 or 7 boats.
He had 3 yesterday, but they made a lot of noise.
School's about 2.5 hour drive away. UNC Charlotte.
Big school.
Man, there's that sun. Looks like it might be around for a while too.
Lewis Manetti still finds himself just less than half a pound behind, 6 pounds, 6 ounces. He doesn't know that though. Declined to know what the midday reveal weight was. Seth Slanker knows that it is a close battle. Lewis Manetti says, if I catch a 7-pounder like Brandon Cobb, I know I'll be good to go. So that's what he's banking on, is a big bite. A big bite for either one of these anglers will go a long way. Manetti still has 3 fish under a pound. Slanker still has 4 fish under a pound and a quarter. We'll be right back after this commercial break. College Bass Bracket.
Whoa! Look at the size of that bass!
The Strike King Bassmaster College Series presented by Bass Pro Shops College Bracket at Lake Greenwood is brought to you live by Lews.
Welcome back to the final day of the season for these amateur anglers looking to become pros. The 2022 Bassmaster College Series Classic Bracket presented by Lews. Been a great year of fishing all across the country. We've got a Team of the Year representative, Lewis Monetti from UNC Charlotte. We have a 2nd place in the national championship. Florida Gateway College team represented. You can see the flotilla behind Monetti right now, but he is in pursuit of the top man, and that is Seth Slanker. As we make a move over on Lake Greenwood to him, you can see where Monetti made a move farther up the lake during our commercial break, and Seth Slanker still working in that mid-lake portion. It looks like now, Such, it looks like he is rotating back through some of these same areas. He said earlier, I'm going to refish a dock that I've caught some fish on. Looks like he is making multiple passes around some areas he's fished this week.
Oh. Yeah, he's got it.
That's gotta work. £2. That'll cool. 2 pound.
Best fish of the day.
Need a few more of them.
15 ounces. It's up to a 7-11.
What'd that call out?
The math checks.
Now a £1.05 lead. Manetti has drawn close as 4 ounces. It went back up to 6 ounces. Now it's up to £1.05. There's the updated leaderboard. Lewis Monetti still 6'6". Seth Slanker's cull gives him 7'11". Both anglers have a limit. Both have to upgrade and cull out their small ones. Slanker culled out a 1-1 there, which leaves him with a 1-2, 2 fish that are 1-5, and then he's got 2 fish that are close, if not 2 pounds. So he still has plenty of room to grow as well, as a 1-2 and a 1-5 aren't hard to cull here. And Manetti still has those 3 fish that are under a pound. He can really make a lot of weight up quickly as well. So these both guys have an opportunity to grow. And now that Slanker has 2 fish right at that 2-pound mark and 115 mark, he's cool with weighing those in at the end of the day, but he has 3 more he wants to get rid of.
Two and a half hours left, fishing time.
We're going to go a little longer today. Normally we've left them with an hour of competition. We're going to watch them up to the last cast, probably the announcement of who won. They will fish up to the last second, and there'll be no more fishing at 3 Eastern. They don't have to be back at the ramp at 3 Eastern. They just stop fishing.
Lines in, yeah.
They'll take about a minute or two to make sure every fish, they'll, you know, the 2 judges, Glenn Cale and Alan Pierce, text each other, make sure everything's updated in the system of what it is before they make the reveal announcement.
They have their watches synchronized, I'm sure.
Yep. I believe it's got to be over the gunnel.
Yeah.
Before the 0
You said they are, they're not going back to take off. They're going to.
They don't have to be
It's going to
back
happen
by 3 o'clock.
in the place.
Yes,
right,
they
yeah.
should reveal it there.
Yeah.
I said I could not remember Tristan McCormick's reaction to knowing he was down by like 10 pounds last year. I just don't remember that. But then I remember his huge comeback. But I do remember when Trevor McKinney won, he fished against his teammate Blake Jackson.
Right.
And Blake did not make an upgrade to pass the midday weight of Trevor. So Blake knew the whole time that he had not won because he never passed Trevor's weight.
You remember Tristan McCormick's stare down at Tucker Smith when we had the rain delay, though, don't you?
Oh, they were.
Yeah.
He was trying to read him like a book and
Oh,
figure
my
out what
God.
he's got.
Hey, I just got a text from Glenn Cale's running this. He says lines out today, 2:30. So we're going to be able to see the reveal.
Oh, it's 2:30.
Yeah, that's what he was thinking maybe 2:45, but to get it on
Okay.
live,
So
I think he's told him 2:30.
everyone who thought I could check back at 3 and see this, erase that. Be around 2:30
Be
to see the
around.
moment.
Oh,
yeah,
yes.
to see the moment.
Well, you don't want to miss the potential winning fish. So stay around all day.
There you go, Such. Way to promote the viewership. I love that.
Okay, we're talking about ages, and it's going to be a great birthday week for one of these guys. Glenn also tells me both of them are celebrating birthdays this week. Seth, I think, is his 20th, and Lewis is 23. They will not be, whoever qualifies, will not be the youngest angler to ever fish in a classic.
He will be a
No.
teenager if it's Seth Slanker, right?
He'll qualify a teenager. Is that what
Qualify
you're
as a
saying?
teenager.
we were-
yeah.
Just imagine that. Getting
I
getting
can't.
runner-up
Oh, my
for your
gosh.
birthday. That,
Think about how developed your brain was when you were 19 years old, and think of what these guys are accomplishing.
wait, your
out here
brain
today.
was developed. Mine wasn't
Not at
developed
all.
yet. No.
Not at all. I mean, that's you don't realize it at the time. But you're not. Your journey had just begun.
We know Stanley Mitchell was the youngest classic winner at 21 years. The youngest qualifier was Greg Ward, the grandson of Virgil Ward, son of Bill Ward. He was 19 years, 11 days old. 2 other teenagers have fished classics. David Bryant in 1979, David Dudley in 1995. And Greg Ward's was in 1975. Some time ago.
Yeah. That would have been Gunnersville, right? Such?
75. Who won 75?
74 was at Gunnersville.
Yep.
I was thinking it was back to back.
Wheeler, 74, Tommy Martin. Jack
Okay.
Haynes was, Clun was 76, Gunnersville, yes.
76. Okay. Yeah.
I had to look that up.
The other stuff you just knew.
No.
That's
Brain's filled up with so many names and weights and places. Can't take much more. Got to look everything up. Most everything. Manetti's slowest day by far. He had a 4.0 on day 1.
For a second.
He was glad to have a limit by that 10 or 11 o'clock time period.
Say you're going to jump in the water, but he can't swim. So there's an issue there. Yeah. Well, he can swim. He just likes to say he can.
For all the
I don't think he
benefits
can
that
swim
gives you.
well. Holly Springs, North Carolina. It's right by the Raleigh area. Excited?
Yeah, very excited. Just disturbed that now. Three offers and three homes, and it gets really down.
Oh!
When I offer them it's perfect. Right, like.
Hold on. Guys, one second. We're gonna see what this fish does. But we need her bad. What are you doing, girl? I see ya. Please go eat that. Please go eat that. I might have lost her. Yeah. Mm-hmm. She's probably 2 and change. Dang. That's a fish I should have caught. It's totally on me.
I don't know if it followed his whopper plopper out or how it revealed itself, you know.
This is something
He is
Lewis
fishing pretty shallow. You can see the bottom up there, so I don't know if he saw it elsewhere or what.
Lewis wrote to us the week before the tournament. He said, "My strengths as a fisherman, I'd say, are sight fishing, not for spawning bass." So that's what he's talking about.
Seeing cruisers.
Swam under the boat, which is the worst thing they can do. Yeah, I don't know. That was weird. Usually I can see them before they do that. Dang. Well, it's a little hope that they're back here. They're in the backs of stuff.
Maybe a missed opportunity for Lewis Manetti, but either way, more intel for him. Starting to see some fish up shallow maybe. Even in the hottest, brightest part of the day, we will see a midday bite for sure. And leading into that last hour and a half of fishing, it'll be fast and furious possibly for one of these two anglers. Seth Slanker, though, for the last 30 minutes, the one to make a move. First a 2-ounce cull, then a 15-ounce cull, and that has given him a 1 and 5 ounce lead over Lewis Manetti. If you are correct, Such, we've got about 2 hours of fishing time left for these two anglers. They've got to make hay. Doesn't matter if you win by an ounce or 10 pounds. Winning is winning today, and it means a Bassmaster Classic berth. We'll see who takes the lead when we come back to the short commercial break.
Whoa! Look at the size of that bass!
The Strike King Bassmaster College Series presented by Bass Pro Shops College Bracket at Lake Greenwood is brought to you live by Lews.
Welcome back to Bassmaster Live. Like we mentioned, it less than 2 hours or so until the final cast will be made at Lake Greenwood, and one of these two anglers will make it to the Bassmaster Classic and represent the College Series on the Opens in 2023. Lewis Manetti trying to make up a little bit of ground. We saw him spook off a possible 2-pounder, one that he was hopeful for, as we get a good drone aerial of around a dock and all the nooks and crannies they can live at Lake Greenwood. There's a boat ramp right there, some concrete, riprap. You can see that water line on a lot of these banks, as Brandon Polinick mentioned earlier today, that seems like even though they had planned for hurricane rains, that they had dropped the water previous to the week coming, and so the overall water level was lower than normal. It was dropping.
I think everyone was a little bit surprised at what good shape the water clarity was the first day after the hurricane passed through.
It kind of seemed like it was a surprise to many. A couple avoided the river, it seemed, in practice, knowing that it could get blown out, and it ended up not getting blown out.
Yeah, we got fortunate that the Hurricane Ian
Manetti
hooked up.
Yeah, baby. We ain't done. We ain't done.
We're ready. Two pounds, 8 ounces.
Take it.
2 pounds, 8 ounces.
Take it. We'll take it. We'll take it right now. Come on.
Did he say 2 pounds, 8 ounces?
Yeah, Ryan, what was his smallest fish?
His smallest fish was 11 ounces.
We ain't done.
He was 1.5 back. I think he made that up.
Definitely a Cole. That will put him in the lead now.
Yep. Missed an opportunity on one, come right back and get one.
It's a 113 upgrade, and it puts him ahead by 8 ounces now.
Good match.
We ain't done. Come on, baby. Yep. Today's the day. They want the jig. We'll give it to them.
Last 2 catches for both these anglers, respectively. A 2-pounder by Seth Slanker, 2.8 by Lewis Monetti. 2 of the 3 biggest fish we've seen on this final day in the last 30 minutes or so. So there is typically a morning bite where they, a lot of these guys have caught some solid fish.
Oh my God.
Caught another one.
He ain't that big.
12 ounces is the smallest one now. If it does, it'll be just an ounce
12
or
inches.
No.
No, not even 12 inches.
No.
It's one of the cooler bites. Freaking threw it up next to that boat and pulled it out, and I see him come out and eat it. The big one? No. Well, not big one, but. Yeah, no, he's coming right in the boat.
So with a 2-pound, 8 ounce, Manetti now has 8
I
pounds,
was just
3
thinking,
ounce
man,
total.
it'd be so
8 ounce
easy to
lead.
give up right now. Getting the bites when we need them. It's meant to be, man. What'd that give us? Close to 8?
8-3.
No worries, man.
Actually, Lewis.
Okay. Dude, we're a 3.5 away. We're a 3.5 away.
You folks are listening to Bassmaster Live Wave on the boats watching Lews Monetti. They're watching him. Oh, maybe not.
His whole crew there. It's all of his co-workers and former college friends, and possibly a fish at this moment, if nothing else happened. Lews Monetti, 2.5 pounder, would be the fish that gets him in the Bassmaster Classic. Seth Slanker has caught plenty today and has an opportunity to respond. And we've seen this back and forth where every bracket, every year, it seems like someone gets out to a big lead and then somebody comes and closes the gap and retakes the lead from them. And we got to see that last year in the 2021 Bassmaster College Series Classic bracket down in the Wetumpka pool of the Coosa River. And that guy was Tristan McCormick, overtook Tucker Smith. And we got Tristan with us now. Tristan, can you hear us?
I got y'all.
Tristan McCormick, 2021 College Classic Bracket Champion. What are you doing right now? Are you out on the boat getting ready for Bassmaster Open possibly this week?
Yeah, I am. I'm actually out here on Lake Hartwell in beautiful South Carolina, not too far down the road from y'all. Practicing for the next Bass Open that starts Thursday. So they're biting pretty good out here. I'm looking forward to this one. It's going to be a fun event. There's going to be a lot of fish caught. I love spotted bass, so I'm looking very forward to it.
Tristan, what was it like last year? I know we just did the announcement of the weight reveal. Lews Monetti said, I do not want to know what the other guy has. Seth did get the weight of what Lews has. So were you in that mindset last year when the weight reveal happened? Did you want to know what Tucker had, or did you want to just stick to what you were doing and be convinced that you were doing the right thing?
Honestly, it really didn't matter to me because I knew I was going to be behind anyways because, we were so close to each other. I was watching him catch him. So I already basically knew that he was going to be ahead of me. And, that never really changed up my mindset or my game plan, continue on the day. And, I just knew that I had a chance, and Taco is kind of like where they're at now at Greenwood. And there's a lot of smaller fish, but if you can antagonize those 2.5 to 3+ pound bites, that's everything in these type of tournaments. So when you're catching a lot of 1 pounders, if you can just trick 1 or 2 of them big bites, that's really going to excel your weight.
When you finally realized that you'd captured the championship, Tristan, did it hit you at that moment? Did it sort of it all opened up for you, or did it take a while to process all of that and sort of get into the feeling?
If y'all remember, I cried like a baby, and one of these two guys today will too. I don't care how big a man they are, they're going to cry because it truly is life-changing. And with the classic aspect, I really didn't, I had in my head what it was going to be like, but when I got there, it was everything I dreamed of and more. Just a feeling of backing down beside all them guys.
Yeah, I was going to mention that, Tristan. You are on Hartwell right now for the Open in the fall, but just a couple months ago, you were launching your boat at Green Pond Landing. You had the whole crowd there. It seems like every year the Classic's getting bigger and bigger. You barely missed out on that final day top 25 cut. Was it surreal to finally walk across the Classic stage, and how long had that been a dream for you to accomplish that?
It's been a dream ever since I was young enough to even know what bass fishing was. And like I said, the crowd was truly amazing. I've never seen anything like it. And, at Blast Off, I was fine. Everybody gets the butterflies, but I really got the butterflies when they rolled those curtains open when we rolled into that arena.
When we see Lews Monetti just a moment ago caught a 2.5 pounder, he has had a slow morning for the most part, only has 6 total bites, so that was his first call of the day. He has 2.5 pounders, and he still has some small ones. He just retook the lead from Seth Slanker. Actually took the lead for the first time today. When you started to get that momentum rolling, we see Lewis's confidence. You got that momentum rolling last year and started catching him. You and John Stewart were in the boat together. Did you think to yourself, I don't know what Tucker's done this afternoon, but I feel like I can win this thing now. I feel like I am in the lead. I feel like I'm doing it.
Oh, absolutely. You know, it's all a mind game, and with them knowing the weights and everything, you know, when I started catching them, it's just momentum. It's momentum. You keep building it and keep building it and you keep building it, and every bite just comes quicker and quicker. Also, the day goes by a lot faster when you start catching them.
Yeah.
So, you know, in my head, I knew I had a chance, but I knew I gave it everything I had and I laid it all out there, and that was the hardest 4 days of fishing I've ever done in my life, and it paid off.
Tristan McCormick, congratulations on your feat about a year ago, right now, accomplishing the College Classic Bracket victory, fishing the Opens, representing Bethel University, all your friends and family and sponsors across the country. You've got 2 more Opens. Maybe we'll just see you on Bassmaster Live about 5 or 6 days from today on the final day at Hartwell, or we'll see you in a couple weeks at Rayburn on Bassmaster Live possibly.
That's the plan. I want to do one more day with y'all here in this last year. We got 2 left. Let's finish out strong.
Tristan McCormick trying to punch his ticket for another Bassmaster Classic, and that would be an awesome feat. He's one of the many anglers, 12 anglers specifically, to make the Bassmaster Classic from the College Series. He does it from a great school. And Tommy, to see some of these anglers that have gone through the college route, won the bracket, and have now shown that they can be very, very solid pros. It's more hit than it is miss.
Absolutely. And of course, all these guys, Tristan, Lewis, Seth, they're going to follow their dreams anyway, but to get that confidence boost that you get from winning something like the Classic Bracket, I know Tristan has benefited from that during the course of the past year.
And you probably have friends and family come out of the woodwork just to support you. And I saw you in the Bassmaster Classic. I remember in 4th grade you told me you wanted to do that, and I saw you on TV do it. You know, those types of conversations happen all the time, and it's very cool to see anglers live out their dreams.
I don't know how much of this coverage he's been able to watch, but our colleague Davey Height said, think of this lake as Lake Hartwell, just a smaller version of that. So maybe he's picked up something from watching this that he can use next week, or this week actually.
One thing that, looking at Greenwood, it does resemble a couple lakes in the Carolinas for sure. It's kind of a mix between Murray and Hartwell. It's a mix between Norman and Wiley. There's a lot of different lakes that you got a little bit of watercolor like a Wiley or a Murray, and you've got a lot of the docks aspect with some spotted bass mixed in with the Normans and the Hartwells. It's very cool how it sets up. Still get an old school vibe to it, an old largemouth hole. You know, you got a lot of old docks. It's a developed area, but it's old developed, not brand new developed.
Oh yeah, it's a mature lake too. I mean, it was built in the 30s, 40s for a hydropower back in the day.
Yeah, the Buzzard's Roost Project was the dam they built for Greenwood here.
Name didn't catch on, did it?
Lake Buzzard's Roost.
Why? I can't imagine why not.
If Tristan wasn't fishing in the Bassmaster Open this week and already at Lake Hartwell practicing, he was on the short list of possibly being a co-host guest this weekend as well.
He would have been a good one. Yeah, absolutely. Would have had a good one either way.
This is going to be the telling time for Seth Slanker. He knew at the midday point he had the lead. It wasn't a big lead. He knew it was close. He's made 2 culls, one for 2 ounces, one for 15 ounces. So he's done his job on improving his weight, but now he probably knows, if I had 6 pounds and change at midday, I probably got to get close to 10. Yeah. So I want to see what adjustments Seth makes, because he's been doing this dock game with the chatterbait all day long, and it's been working out well, but I want to see if he makes a slight adjustment to maybe get that one bonus fish.
You wonder what he has to have to beat Monetti, who has had 10-4. He had 10-13 on day 1, but then 16-14, the big bag, and he's probably got to be thinking, okay, this guy's hunting big largemouth. I may have to do the same to be able to beat them.
Well, the one thing that I was wondering during the midday break is, do they tell him 5 fish for 6 pounds, or did he just tell him that Lewis has 6 pounds? Because yesterday that was just one bass.
That would be interesting. Yeah,
it's important to know if your opponent has the same weight as you, but they have 2 fish, if that's a difference maker.
Yeah, that's a huge difference.
Yeah.
Was it only in like the elite bracket where they told them the weights every hour, or in past college events have Hank Weldon been telling the anglers what they need and what their opponent has?
Yeah, just midday and just end of day for the college series bracket. But since the last time we looked at the leaderboard, guys, we have seen a big development, a big change to go from 6 pounds to 8 and change for Lewis Manetti. That was an important cull. A 2-pound 8-ouncer culling out an 11-ouncer gives him 8-3 and the lead over Seth Slanker, 7 pounds 11 ounces. Florida Gateway College's own is trying to make up a small get. Hey, he has not been the pursuer all day. He's been the pursued. Now he has to chase down Manetti.
Whoa! Look at the size of that bass!
The Strike King Bassmaster College Series, presented by Bass Pro Shops College Bracket at Lake Greenwood, is brought to you live by Lews.
Welcome back to Bassmaster Live here for the 2022 Bassmaster College Series Classic Bracket presented by Lews. The Strike King College Bass Series has taken these anglers all across the country. I believe they started in Florida, they've gone up to New York, they've gone all over the country as well. Ended the season, the national championship in Winyah Bay, just a little farther east of where we are in South Carolina in the bracket at Lake Greenwood. Down to just 2 anglers today, and you see where they are on the map. Lewis Manetti and his flotilla, more to the west and north of this lake. Seth Slanker's been living in the 3 or 4 pockets right across from takeoff on the north side of the lake. They've been the most protected. He's kind of got, I guess, his milk run. He knows that these have been productive, and he's just gone back through a couple different times, and I wonder if new water is in his future, or if at this point in the day he's got to stick with what's brung him there. Meanwhile, Lewis has been experimenting until he's finally got the bait down pat. He's picking up a jig and catching some quality fish on it. I think he's caught a 1.5, a 2.5, and a 2.5 on a jig. So those are his 3 biggest fish. He's going to lock that in his hand and try to cull out these last 2 that are under a pound.
About as far up the river as we've seen anyone during the course of this tournament here. The attraction, as Brandon Polnick laid out for us, you see these flatter banks heading into the water there, and he thinks your odds of finding, not necessarily a big one, but a largemouth period, are better up in places that look like that.
Yeah, and like you mentioned, with Lewis Manetti's self-proclaimed, tactics that he enjoys and is very good at, visually seeing fish that are roaming. When you get those flatter banks, the ability to see them farther away is going to be more present than having to be right up on them, and so. Especially with the sun today. It's been cloudy throughout the day, though. It's been a good mix of weather. Had about 10-mile-an-hour wind at times.
Look at the big picture to get this tournament in during Hurricane Week. It's pretty phenomenal good luck.
We canceled the seeding day on Friday that we're going to. The top weight would have been seeded first.
Inconsequential because.
Went by the team of the year and the finish in the national championship.
Yep.
And those regional tournaments get you qualified for the national championship. I don't know how many teams exactly from each one, but we had one team qualify through the wild card, won the national championship.
Yeah.
Coastal Carolina.
We talked about it, a couple of those key fish. Last couple of days it's been 4-pounders and 6-pounders, but today, for context, a key fish has been a 2.5-pounder, and this one swung it to Lewis Manetti's side. This was when he really needed a big fish, and the B&W trailer hit just replay of the day for Lewis Manetti. That first fish, that 2-pound 9-ouncer off the dock. Hey, I need to lock a jig in my hand, and I'll be just fine. I needed that one.
Let's keep going.
For Manetti, Such, that was just part 1 of a multi-fish flurry there. Over the next hour, he would put 2 more fish in the boat, including this one, around the same exact size.
We'll take it. We'll take it right now.
Ounce less.
That was the one that put him in the lead. He is now in the driver's seat. He feels the momentum. He can feel the good energy coming from his buddies that are following him out there today. He declined to know what Seth Slanker has at the midday report, did not want to know his weight, said, I'm going to just do what I do best. And he said it last night on the phone. He said, we're going to get it done. And today he has never yielded from that thought. He said, I've gone through some trials and tribulations, but we're still going to get it done.
Yeah, there's nothing you can do about the other guy's weight. So that's a good argument
do
for not.
circles around
Yeah,
it
you
once
can maybe mess you up, but it can't help. There's nothing you can do to change it. So why would you want it?
I misspoke earlier. Here is the schedule that these anglers have had to go through to win Team of the Year. Lews Monetti and I believe it was Michael Figaro, yes,
Yeah.
Figaro. They won Team of the Year, and they went to the Harris Chain of Lakes in January. Lake Norman, their home lake, in March. Norfolk Lake, right here in the state of Arkansas, in April. Saginaw Bay in June. Logan Martin does not count for the points race, but it was a wild card event. That was in June as well, the next week later. And then they all qualified for the national championship in September at Winyah Bay. For those guys, I think they started the year out with a 26th place finish at the Harris Chain. They never were worse than that the rest of the year.
Phenomenal.
The Team of the Year for college basically has to have the same exact finishes as our Angler of the Year for the Elite.
That's a good point.
You better not miss a cut. You better not finish outside the top 40 because it's going to be hard to get it done otherwise.
And Manetti and Figaro won by 1 point, Ronnie.
Fantastic. What a race.
The other phenomenal part of that story is that's the 3rd year that Michael Figaro has been fishing, not competing in tournaments.
Just
the 3rd
fishing.
year he's been fishing, 2nd year to compete in tournaments.
That's what's awesome about the college series. Tommy, I grew up fishing ponds. I've been on the boat with my dad forever. We fished adult team tournaments, and I was the only kid there at those tournaments. And I learned a lot by losing, early on, getting last in those tournaments, bottom 10. I learned a lot. Then when you get to the college series, you start to figure, you have to get on the front of the boat and figure it out on your own. You have so many people from so many backgrounds with so many skill sets. I had partners who had never fished outside of a pond. I had partners who had fished lakes but never tournaments. And we all got to learn together, and their strengths and my strengths all combined and get you to your end goal of good tournament finishes and possibilities of what these guys did. Winning tournaments, going to the bracket, and having a shot at the Bassmaster Classic.
His early years at UNC, Lews Monetti fished mostly by himself in tournaments. You don't have to necessarily have a partner. You can fish solo in big college tournaments and so forth like that, and had good success, obviously.
And that's what a lot of pros also mention. What's one piece of advice you want to give to young kids that want to fish professionally? Fish with as many people as possible. And I remember I was in the same boat Lewis was. If you didn't have a partner for that tournament, you just go by yourself. You just go fishing. And I believe in my time I fished with 7 different partner arrangements, either because they hated my guts or because just who was available hopped in. I don't know what it was.
Maybe they didn't have earplugs available.
Exactly.
Maybe it was.
But I know I learned so much from
headphones.
every competitor I fished with, and a lot of them are now in the industry. And so
That's what I was going to ask you, Ronnie. From your college days, learning, traveling, talking with other teams, anglers from other teams, how much did that broaden your fishing horizons?
Oh, the fact that Pickwick is my favorite lake in the country just speaks to the volumes of the fishermen that were at North Alabama, spending time with a lot of the UNA guys, a lot of the Louisiana Monroe guys. There's a lot of people that travel to these same tournaments that you end up meeting. We had guys from Florida Gulf Coast, so many different schools that you wouldn't expect to have a fishing team that they would travel anywhere and everywhere to compete, and we'd stay together. Learned a whole bunch from a lot of those guys, just of what
I was going to say your fishing network has expanded and broadened, and I know you say, well, I got a place to stay here when I go down here and
if
fish.
I run out of gas, I've got buddies everywhere that can bring me gas.
That's right. Or can refuse the opportunity.
They can decline. The midday phone call, they can decline it for
As
sure.
long as you don't talk, Ronnie, we'll go bring you some gas.
Who was the best one you ever fished against in college? Who was the best angler you ever fished against in college? That you were aware of, that you were in competition with?
I fished, I have to say, I'll say a couple names. The most dominant on a body of water, Shane LeHue at Lake Norman.
Yeah.
I remember thinking I was in it and I had a shot to win in the top 10 and I lost by 9 pounds. Like incredible there. I fished a year against Jordan Lee and all of those guys from Auburn during their heyday. Was really impressed. I kind of measured myself in the standings where I was in conjunction to Patrick Walters.
Yeah.
There's a couple tournaments I beat him by a few ounces, a couple tournaments I lost by a few ounces, and as long as I was near him in the standings, I knew I was in a good spot. And then every tournament we fished, if Drew Cook was in it, Drew Cook and Cody Spears caught the biggest fish of the tournament almost every tournament.
Jake Whitaker's going to appreciate that you
I
forgot to
dissed him.
mention.
Oh, no. The one I talked the most trash to was Jake, for sure. It never worked
That's
out for
important,
either
too.
one of us when we did that.
Yeah, that's another important stat.
But it's very, very cool to see where they've gone in their careers as well.
Yeah.
You know, guys like Justin Atkins I knew that they were going to be successful pros. You could just tell by the way they fished and the way they treated people in the water as well. Actually, one of the guys who fished on the ECU team my last season when I was graduating, Jairus Bush, he works with Lewis. They both work for a tackle company, B.A.S.S Baits and True South Custom Lures. They work together in that Charlotte region, and Jairus is from that region, but he went to ECU, and so I know Jairus real well, and he's following Lewis today.
Tyler Christie, who made it to yesterday with
Yes.
McHenry, told us, before the tournament, said, it's his inspiration, guys like Cody Huff, Jacob Fouts,
100%.
Who are gone on to really substantial elite presence now.
What's cool to see is the guys like, I think there was a photo, and I don't want to forget somebody on it, but it was like 3 or 4 guys, and it was like Tyler Christie, Tyler Lubot, Cal Culpepper, and maybe Griffin Fernandez, last year's champion from Adrian College. Those 4 guys, I covered them when they were high school All-Americans or when they were the top finishers in high school, and now they've gone through their 4 years of college, and they've all maintained their. They're not any less of hammers, I should say. Like they're still at the peak of being able to compete, which is cool.
It's come a feeding ground to the Opens and the Elites. When you look at the names who've made it to the Classic from the bracket, the guys, you mentioned Fouts and Huff already. There's guys like McCormick and Trevor McKinney, John Garrett still trying to get in.
Cody Huff.
Solid.
A lot of different anglers have gone on to be pros.
First one, Andrew Upshaw.
Hey, I feel bad for Trey Schroeder. I will say, looking at the bracket, I will feel that he fished with Tyler Christie. They both made 2 brackets during their time, and I believe the 2 anglers that Trey has lost to, I think he beat Cole Floyd at Watts Bar, and I believe he lost to Cody Huff.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then he loses to Lewis Manetti on day 1 here this week,
who
could end up winning.
Yeah.
And so it's hard to know who's going to necessarily move on to be pros, but that is, man, a lot of good sticks that, I mean, you think about it. Whitaker made the bracket twice, didn't win either one of those, and he's won Rookie of the Year and made plenty of classics and things like that. So I said that this morning with Polinick. If we see Seth Slanker or Jackson Swisher, Tyler Christie, any of these guys, Trey Schroeder, if we see these guys in a couple years, I would not be surprised.
Oh, sure.
Because even the perceived 7 losers of this event, man, they have done enough to earn it for sure.
That was one of the reasons Brandon was so intent on watching this thing. He's checking out the competition.
Oh, scoping it out.
for the next 5 years. Yeah.
He was involved. He's adding the weights up.
Oh, sure.
Seeing
he was
who's ahead, how far they were.
He's going to know so many different trigger statements to spin one of these 2 boys out at the Classic when he sees them.
Hey, you know what he's doing now? He's
Where's your marker buoy, Lewis? That's what he's going to be saying to Lewis out there. And
Brandon's left us early. He's on his way to the Ray Scott Memorial tomorrow in Montgomery at 2 o'clock. And then he's going to Springfield, Missouri. Bass Fishing Hall of Fame induction. It's a big week. Bass is going to give 2 classic berths away here and then next Saturday.
Yeah.
We'll be here and watch that and do a Bassmaster Live. Hunter Shryock is the next man out. He hopes
He went to Hartwell to punch his berth. I don't think he fished the other 2 opens, but the winner of an open that doesn't fish all of them, it goes back to the elites, which goes back to himself. So he's trying to do it.
That's right.
He's trying to do it both ways. Caleb Summerall's going to the open as well, because if he can help it go down one more spot, then at Rayburn he has a shot to make it as well. And those are the first 2 out.
It's probably helping the other elite participants there get focused and stuff like that.
Oh, yeah.
So
Steak dinners every night.
You know how to win.
Heck
You
yeah.
know how to win.
When you feel like you should lay off of them, don't.
Yeah, that's right. It's the last shot of the season. Come on.
No fish catches the last 30 minutes or so. The race is still very tight, though, between Lewis Monetti and Seth Slanker. 2 anglers we will know their names in the coming years for sure. Lewis Monetti on top right now. What is that quick math, Such? 8 ounce, half-pound lead right now for Lewis Monetti over Seth Slanker. We are encroaching on 1 hour and change left of fishing. See what crucial decisions are made and what catches can come across the board in this last hour and change.
The Strike King Bassmaster College Series, presented by Bass Pro Shops College Bracket at Lake Greenwood, brought to you live by Lews, is sponsored by
Minn Kota, Power Pole, Skeeter Boats, and by Rapala.
The waning moments here of the 2022 Bassmaster College Series Classic Bracket presented by Lews. Lake Greenwood. It's been a pleasure to be here. It's a place that we really don't have much Bassmaster history, but it's tucked in between 2 really historic lakes, Lake Hartwell and Lake Murray, right there in the central part of South Carolina.
Not that far away either.
Clarks Hill just to the south, Santee even to the farther east. A lot of good fishing in South Carolina. We get a little bit of a look at a place that's about to start the fall transition. Maybe topwater will be going strong all day long over the next 2 weeks or so. Lewis Monetti and Seth Slanker trying to upgrade their bags. They both probably feel like they have not done it yet.
I want my jig. Yep. Well, oh gosh. Number of them are here watching on TV, Mom and Dad, but I don't even know how many other people back at home watching, from all my guys in my Jersey club, Hook Bassmasters, all the other Charlotte guys who couldn't make it down here, grandparents, family members. I mean, list goes on and on. Support I've gotten for this week has been just unbelievable. I've done a crappy job getting back at them just because of late nights. Well, not that late of nights, but these early mornings and, tackle rigging and all that. But, the support's been amazing. Really can't thank everybody enough for watching back at home, for being here in person. It's been a special week. Just trying to get that one more bite, make it cherry on top. But it has been an awesome week, nonetheless. I really do feel like we're a 5-pounder away, 4 or 5-pounder away. Done it 3 times this week, 4 times if you count the lost one. No one I can really think of off the top of my head. There's been a lot of people that I didn't know who they were before this week, so that's been freaking awesome. But as far as like people who I was surprised by hearing from, not really. Just the number of people that I'd never heard of before or met before has been really humbling. Really cool experience.
And from this showing, he's going to sure to meet a lot more.
You bet.
I'm just mad that I called him last night and I don't make that list of like people that he was like really shocked to hear from, you know, and proud of, you know, somebody famous
Expected to
person.
hear-
Yeah.
expected to hear from
called
you.
me.
That's even better. See, that-
Glenn Kale answered the phone. The tournament director when I called Lewis, and I was like, took me a second. I was, hello,
Got more
hello.
work to do. I know. I'm kidding. If there's time on the clock, we got a chance. There's time.
I spoke to Glenn Kale before the event started, Ronnie. He was a major league umpire. Got to be called up to watch the home run chase with Sammy Sosa and Mark McGwire. His first game ever was Alex Rodriguez. Alex Rodriguez.
I can tell by the way he announces the winning weights
Yeah.
and stuff during college that he definitely
Yeah,
has some
sounds like
kind
he's calling somebody out.
Yeah, exactly. You lose, go home. No, I'm just kidding.
He ejected Bobby Cox once. How about that?
Atlanta?
One of many out.
Oh, I can't think. There's everybody back home. I can't specific say anybody there. Everybody back home is such a huge support to our fishing team. I can't thank the college enough. Can't thank everybody for supporting me and trust me through the process. We'll see how it pans out today. Hopefully we can celebrate when I get home. Can't thank all my sponsors that help us for the school and all. Had a great year, fun. I've had fun this week, and they've supported us a lot this week. It's been awesome. All the calls and texts and messages and everything. My heart's racing 1,000 times a second. About to pound out my chest. I know there's a bunch of people back home watching, and can't thank them all enough. It's been very grateful, blessed to be here. However it shakes out, and it's all in God's hands. All right, let's make one more move for the rest of the day.
Seth Slanker says he definitely wants a career in fishing just to be able to travel the country and be around people who are as into it as he is.
That's awesome.
Spend his time around them.
Sometimes you do need a move. When you start to feel your heart beating out of your chest, and it's not because you caught one, you probably need to go for a little boat ride.
Yeah,
and
take some oxygen.
Get a little refresher, maybe a new dock or two to look at. And Seth Slankers doesn't know that he's behind. If anything, he's improved his weight since the midday break, but a little bit of more improvement would probably make him feel. A 4-pounder would, I guess, calm these two down, but it would actually fire them both up at the same time.
yeah.
You know, it's weird how it can do that.
We
They got
keep hearing-
exactly 1 hour to get it done.
Keep hearing Manetti talk about his target weight that he needs, you know, the 4-pounder to get up near 12 pounds total.
I love how it was a 6-pounder earlier, and then he catches a 2.5, and he's like, a 5, maybe a 4-pounder, and it's like getting. That's always good when your big one that you're looking for is always getting smaller. That means you're upgrading overall.
That's right. I haven't been able to figure. He thinks his target 12 pounds. You think?
Around there.
Yeah, I think if you have over 10, you've given yourself a good shot to win. Being that he was the only one over 10 pounds yesterday, I think that's helpful.
Got an article coming out on Brandon Palnick. Tried to get inside his head on that day 2, his difficult day too, the Mississippi River, while he's trying to make the cut and get inside and hold on and win Angler of the Year. I wonder what's going through these guys' heads when with the Bassmaster Classic, the college berth on the line. The final day, you know you're close.
I'm gonna fish up to that dock up there and get out of here.
Word is, guys, that they will stop fishing at 2:30 Eastern time, like we said, 1:30 studio time. They will make a run back, and by 2:45, they will do the weight reveal at the ramp. They're not going to do it on the boat.
They're going to do it in place.
They're going to do it there to each other. Normally, the way they do it is not necessarily the weight on the cards. It is one card says winner, and the other card's either blank, or it says go home. No, I'm just kidding. It doesn't say go home. It just says normally blank. You always want to have the card that says winner in your hand.
End of yesterday? Remember I left one thing for today at the end of yesterday? That's where we're gonna end.
Got a plan.
Gonna fish this here dock and head that way.
Slanker looked like he was just headed to his final hopeful spot.
I'm gonna fish this dock and get out of here. Little bass is biting it. Little guy. Whoo-wee. Piece of brush there got me good. All right, let's go.
Manetti's going to make a move. You know, Slanker's got a good flotilla as well, at least.
Yeah, he's got some boats.
It's either one boat packed with people, or there's a couple boats and one of them is packed with people, but.
I don't know what I just stepped on.
I think it was Seth or Jackson Swisher told us. Such, what did they say? Either the president of their university was either there or was watching on TV. Yeah.
Such already got his $10 for name dropping the president of the university as well.
Oh, already today?
Yeah, he already got that in.
I missed that.
It's the deliverable one time per show, so he's still got an hour to get it done for the second half.
Giving me an honorary degree from there.
Yeah. Oh. Doctor of Thinkology. Like sort of a
What did
Wizard
you-
of Oz degree.
You said it was a.
I can tell a pine tree from a
Forestry?
deciduous tree. Yes.
Yeah, it was a forestry school, or,
It was,
or
yeah.
it's what they're known for.
That's right.
5,000.
The Timberwolves, yeah.
5,000.
Well, it's 7,000, I think, maybe. No. Them, yeah, 5,000.
5,000 people go there. They might have
Students,
more
yeah.
online. Yeah.
No, 7,000.
7,000.
Yeah. McHenry, the smallest, 2,300. Among our competing teams.
Mm-hmm.
It's been a while, but we used to go out and play McHenry College in baseball. Go across the river. I was from St. Louis playing
That's
baseball.
true. Yeah.
Now, what school were you playing for at that time?
Jeffco, Jefferson College.
Jefferson College.
Played with former major leaguer, Detroit closer Mike Henneman. He was our
Right.
stud pitcher through 93 at your knees. Oh, man, could he throw.
Such is talking about in his mid-30s, he created
This is
a
a while
team,
ago.
and they played the college. That's what it was. Yeah, they were the
Must have been
exhibition.
good.
Yeah, they
Must
were
have been good.
the Bad News Bears of St. Louis.
Or else they were like the like the what's the team that the Harlem Globetrotters always used to play? The
Washington Generals.
Washington Generals.
No. I played against
Such
guys like
told
Joe
me-
Baver, was a St. Louis Cardinal pitcher.
Such told me
I didn't like him either. He threw
so
too
many
hard.
stories about he could out-hit Albert Pujols if he
No.
was given the chance.
No.
He
I don't
told me
doubt
that
a word of it.
so
I could outrun him. I don't think I could out-hit him, and I'd have to run from him.
I think they walked off the field for the last time yesterday.
Yeah,
Albert
yeah.
Pujols, Yadier Molina, Adam
Molina
Wainwright.
and Wainwright,
Golly.
yeah.
If I know their names, you know that they've done something in baseball because I haven't watched too much lately in the last decade.
Great late career run by Albert Pujols.
Yeah.
Get to 700 home runs, fourth all time.
Mm-hmm.
Cardinals done really good job this year. What, Atlanta clinched last night, didn't they?
Basically, that 2% chance they don't clinch.
Yeah.
With the sweep. I will say baseball's been fun this year to keep up with for the most part, but what the New York Mets did with Edwin Diaz and his walkout song as the closer, that sparked a lot of fun and excitement towards baseball. Like people were waiting for that every day.
Explain
And
that
that's
real
what
quick.
you need. It's the I don't know what the song is, but it's Edwin Diaz is the closer for the Mets. And when he goes to enter from the bullpen, the lights go down in the stadium and a trumpet solo plays. And I don't know what it's from necessarily, but it's catchy and it fires up the crowd. And now I think they played a recording of it, and now they actually have the performer there every game for it. And it gets, it's the most one of the most
That's kinda
intimidating walkout things for sure.
Down the cone. My partner, and his dad, and my dad. Yeah. Yes, driver just got in, I'm assuming. Yeah, they did. I was not expecting that.
Some of the schools that have represented college classic bracket champions: Stephen F. Austin, Auburn twice, Louisiana Monroe, University of Minnesota, Bethel University 3 times, Bryan College once, Campbellsville, McKendree, possibly UNC Charlotte or Florida Gateway College. Over the next 45 minutes or so, we will decide that outcome and reveal it live on Bassmaster Live. Louis Manetti still with a half-pound lead over Seth Slanker. The flotillas may not specifically say if you're losing, but you can tell by their excitement if you need to catch one more. Slanker probably feeling he needs one more to close the gap on Manetti.
Look at the size of that bat!
The Strike King Bassmaster College Series presented by Bass Pro Shops College Bracket at Lake Greenwood is brought to you live by Lews.
Getting down to the nitty-gritty here, just a few minutes left of fishing for these anglers, respectively, out of a 7 to 8 hour fishing day. About 45 minutes to get it done. All your dreams come, that's all you would ever ask for, Tommy Such, as a competitor. the opportunity to make your dreams come true. You want them to still be alive as you get to the final day before you achieve that or don't achieve that. And for both these anglers, right there in front of them, the opportunity to make a Bassmaster Classic.
So you're saying there's a chance? There is.
There's
Both
a
of them.
chance. Seth Slanker's
One
been leading
fish.
all day long, but that last fish from Lewis Monetti gave him a half-pound lead. And Seth Slanker is gone from the pursued to now the pursuer.
What's his smallest now, Ronnie? What's he need? A 1.5, 110?
He has a 1-2, so he needs a 110
To tie.
Would tie.
What would we do in a tie?
A fish off, baby.
Okay, right away. We just see
I don't
the
know.
lines in.
Well, we got plenty of time in the day, I think.
Would they tell him on the water? Because we're going to go back and they're going to
We'll go to the
get 'em
ramp
side by
and side by
side.
side.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A little reaction. A lot of reaction. I'm sure some tears. Tristan McCormick said that everybody's going to get emotional. You qualify for the
I
class.
mean, I love fist pumping, but I would cry both sides of the spectrum to lose it or to win it, especially if it was
Yes.
close. And Tommy, I don't know if you saw this or not, but this morning Lewis Manetti throwing a topwater, he had 4 or 5 come off on the way to the boat. Now, they weren't the biggest fish, but they were maybe bigger than a 12-ouncer, maybe bigger than a 13-ouncer. They could have been culls for him.
Well, that's exactly what happened to day one to Seth Slanker. Had several topwater fish come off
Losing
before
some
he got,
fish.
and then he got off of
Settled
that
down.
and settled in, and look
Because
where he
for
is
the
now.
longest time, he was down the leaderboard. He was
Oh,
7th
yeah.
or 8th.
Oh, yeah.
That matchup, him and Vereen were at the bottom, and then he started pulling away. See, I was watching.
You were there, in spirit.
And I pulled it up and screenshot it and sent it to Anthony, our producer, and told him I was watching, even if it was for that 1 second to just show him I was
think he
watching.
bought it.
Yeah.
Yeah, Slanker had the 10-13 to beat Vereen 7-9. Slanker had the 3-pound, 6-ounce. Nice kicker. Pretty good kicker for this week.
One big thing in Seth's favor was yesterday, in a tight battle with Tyler Christie respectively, based on the 2 matchups we had. Needed a couple late fish to get it done. And yesterday, after Bass Live ended, they had about 45 minutes to an hour to fish, and he had 2 or 3 key catches.
Oh, wow.
This one wrapped up in the dock. Able to land these fish, and it gave him a comfortable margin to be able to secure the victory.
Fortunate to get that one out of there.
Like Brandon Polinick says, you got to control the controllables.
How you doing?
And you got to deal with lost fish. You got to deal with situations, but if it's going to happen, you can't stop it from happening at times.
Been pretty slow. Catching a few, but few and far between. Let me get right here, John.
Couple late day catches for Slankers. He doesn't need a couple of them, but just maybe one solid fish. He needs one that was maybe his third biggest of the day. 111 would give him the lead, and it would be his third biggest of the day.
Just in terms of the numbers, this is very reminiscent of his match yesterday with Tyler Christie. Back and forth, right around the 7-8 pound.
He ended up with 9-11. That last fish helped him out.
Till the very last hour, and that's when it changed.
Ronnie, how much time was left when Tristan McCormick caught his winner last year? Wasn't that much, but
I think it was.
in the
I think
final
it was
minutes.
like 20. I think it was 20 minutes or so that he got the last fish. And what's unique about this, and like Texas Fest, we know what they need to cull. So before, when they're fighting it, we say he needs a 2-pound, 3-ouncer to cull, and he gets a 2.6, gives him a 3-ounce lead. Those types of things for the classic bracket.
Yeah, regular leads when it's just bass track and estimates.
I
We're just
love it.
guessing.
I love that though. I love the unknown.
I think Dave Mercer appreciates the unknown as well. A little mystery at the weigh-ins.
You know what is known though? We're talking about all the unknowns and the known suits. You know what is known? Your team got smoked in fantasy this week, by the way. I just want you to know that. Before the night's even done. It's already decided.
Had a bad week. Haven't figured out some of these NFL teams that just oddly lose to teams that supposedly are lesser than them.
Any given Sunday.
And my players aren't that good.
Just rest assured that Ronnie would not have brought that up last Sunday.
No, not at all.
Wouldn't have opened the subject at all.
Not at all.
He's emboldened.
It's on a little bit of a skid, and I
He
need
has
to win
one
this
good
week.
game.
He's emboldened by his temporary success.
No, this isn't like our segments where some are good and some are great. This week wasn't good, Such. It was fantastic for me. Okay,
fantastic. What'd you score,
150 points, and I
points?
still got some. Or I think I have someone going tonight, maybe. Just want you to know.
You got me doubled. You got me doubled, Ronnie. I think I'm that
Can't
bad
believe
this
you
week.
let Bowman win. Come on now.
Hey. He pays me to sit my starters.
Oh, that makes sense.
That's my excuse. I'm sticking to it.
Seth Slanker needs half a pound upgrade. Both anglers do have limits if you're just joining us. Right now, Lewis Manetti, 8 pounds, 3 ounces to Seth Slanker, 7.11. Seth needs a 1.11 to take the lead. Got Lewis Monetti back after a move that he's made. Like we mentioned, not many moves can be made now with the big motor. There's 38 minutes left of fishing before line's out. Then they will head to the boat ramp, take a few minutes, and at 15 minutes after line's out, they will make the announcement side by side.
I don't think we got enough sun for this. One more cast, then we go to the jig.
Tommy, you've been covering this for more than a decade. Do you think the college angler has gotten better in the last decade? The average guys that make these championships?
I think they're more polished. They've had access to probably 40% more information over the course of the last 10 years, and maybe even more than that. You just think of all the directions they get it from, all the faucets that are on all the time, feeding them, techniques, information about lakes and baits and innovations, electronics. Just think of the electronics advances in the last 10 years.
And they're the
My
ones
goodness,
teaching,
yeah.
like a Cody Huff teaching Rick Klon.
Yeah.
I will say, competing in, I'm not going to be old man on a porch, but competing when it was less accessible. The first couple years, the 2009s, 2010s, 11s, 12s, all those first couple years of college fishing wasn't as accessible as it is now, so it's not as easy. You had to want it to go do it.
Yeah,
now
it was
so
just on the backs
accessible.
of a few individuals
Yes.
with initiative
Club
at
teams,
these
yeah.
respective colleges.
Now it's
yeah.
so accessible that we have 250 boats in a tournament and 200 more on a wait list. Everybody wants to do it, and it's hard to decipher when it gets tough, who's going to quit. Who's just doing it because it's something fun to do?
Right.
Who's going to do it when it's tough? Who's going to push through those trials and tribulations to make it to the next level? I will say overall the fields have gotten better. Does that mean an individual angler is necessarily better than a 2014 Jordan Lee or a
Yeah,
2015
overall,
Brett?
but
You're
amount
talking
of
about overall.
anglers.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
overall the fields have gotten better.
Top to bottom.
But
yeah.
the desire, you have to weed that out now. It's not are you good enough, it's will you suffer through the tough times to get your dream, because it's easy just to quit these days and pick up something else. So that's the one thing I'll say to these young anglers is if you want it, you better bring it and show you want it, because it's not easy, and you can quit whenever you want, but just I recommend you don't. You push through.
Lewis, I heard him say this morning, there's members of the fishing organization there at UNC that are just in it to fish,
Yeah.
sort of intramural,
Yep.
events and stuff like that, and that's
Which
great
is good.
too. That's
Every
terrific.
single part of our industry, the sport of fishing in general, or the hobby of fishing, we need every level. And I think it's cool that this is the first year Hank Weldon gets to sit back and watch kind of what he helped create as now he's in the Opens, doing that as tournament director, and to see what the College Series has become.
I'm amazed that more and more schools are offering scholarships, bass fishing scholarships.
Got the high school combine now every year that they're starting to do year 2 of that.
Almost down to the final half hour. We're gonna have a never give up moment. I knew it. Manetti's on the move. Seth Slanker, 8 ounces back.
Monetti making that move like we said. No matter how far you are behind, that's what I love about the 5-fish format. If you have time for 5 casts, you have time to get back in the game. If you're 20 pounds down, you only need 5 casts. If you need an 8-ounce cull, you only need 1 cast to get it done. We don't want to take our eyes off of this fishing at all. With only 30 minutes left in the day, we're going to take a short commercial break before we watch the last long stretch of fishing and then the reveal of who wins this bracket. But right now, Lewis Manetti, an 8-ounce lead over Seth Slanker. He did not get the reveal at midday to know where he sat versus Seth. Meanwhile, Seth knew he had a lead. It was a small one. Seth has upgraded, but we'll see if he can upgrade one more time when we come back.
Whoa! Look at the size of that bass!
The Strike King Bassmaster College Series presented by Bass Pro Shops College Bracket at Lake Greenwood is brought to you live by Lews.
Last stretch. 30 minutes left of school for the year. 2022 Bassmaster College Series Classic Bracket presented by Lews, Lake Greenwood, South Carolina. This is where everything is going to come down to Lake Greenwood State Park. That boat ramp is going to be where it's revealed and decided in about 40 minutes time. These anglers have 25 minutes left to fish. Lewis Monetti with a small lead over Seth Slanker. Slanker now needs about half a pound to tie Lewis Monetti. They're both pretty close to takeoff. Should get there relatively quick.
Small bite of 111, 1 pound, 11-ounce fish.
111
stands between Seth Slanker and fishing next year's Bassmaster Classic.
And from Manetti, anything over 12 ounces will extend his lead. So he has the opportunity to really build a lead.
Make it harder, yeah.
With one more catch versus Slanker, who needs one more to at least take him over and pass him.
Wow.
That was a big one. He was big. Real big. That was her.
It just got tight, and you could hear the line pulling around a dock pole, and maybe he had a fray in it, maybe not, but you can see right there that head pull. And then it just found a weak spot.
That was a pretty big fish.
Quite possibly.
Minutes till lines out.
Lewis Monetti third place on day one over the sheer weight. He won his matchup versus Trey Schroeder, which was a 10-4 to 8-12 matchup. Manetti with 10-4 was beaten out by Seth Slanker and Jackson Swisher in the overall weight. But on day two, Manetti overwhelmingly defeated the rest of the field weight-wise, 16-14 versus 9-11, 9-6, and 8-12. So he hooked up again. Now, I bet it will call.
What's the smallest?
12 ounces.
Gotta grab that one first.
We're ready. $14 ounces.
Okay. That's a couple ounces.
2-ounce upgrade.
Maybe. Is it? I don't even know.
I want to see.
All right. Sorry. Not enough. Not near enough. Not near enough. All right, what's idle over there? Actually, oh, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. You know, actually, I'm gonna fish down this little stretch. I like that lay down up there. What's our smallest right now? 13 ouncer? 12?
Gives him a 10-ounce lead.
I know it's 2.5, 2.5, pound and a half.
14 and 13.
Worst day in every aspect. What'd you say, thus far? I'd hate to know how big that one was. Time?
2:15 on the time.
Okay. How's that for strong? Yeah, unlike the last one.
Sound like while he was gone and out of service, Monetti also lost a good one or broke off what he thought was a good one. So him and Slanker both, you can always point to one you lost.
Yeah.
But something Brandon Card told me, he's like, I'm not going to complain about lost fish, but just for this 5 seconds because I know everyone else has lost a fish probably that mattered
That's right.
to them.
And no matter what tournament.
It all evens out.
Yeah, by 2 ounces. He's not my second smallest. I got a 13 and a 14 ouncer. Oh, we've had only up to go all day. Yep. You know, just trying to keep it as many high percentage areas as possible. Outside of that little last stop where we try to stop at a little golf course pocket, I've been mainly just running first couple docks in from a pocket that's got the main river channel running near it. It seems like that's kind of the key, so I'm just trying to run as much of that as I possibly can right now. Seems to be the high percentage spot. That's where I just broke that one off on. It's where I caught those two a little while ago. So that's kind of the key. I still think there's possibilities for back to these little run-ins, but I kind of am leaving that dock over there as just kind of a last minute hoorah. But yeah, we're gonna see. I mean, I'm not giving up. I know I'm a bite away. I've been a bite away, I feel like, for the last 2 hours. So we're just gonna keep on chugging and see if it can't happen.
It's now updated on Bass Track 8.5. That 2-ounce coal will give him 10-ounce margin over Seth Slanker. Still doable, but now Seth needs a
113.
113 to get it done.
Big old carp.
To be 1 ounce ahead.
He's got about 13 minutes to get it done. First real person today to go into the back of some pockets. Manetti is. Sounds like he broke off one in the back of a pocket and caught that small one to Cole,
Please
though.
don't tell me that's a bass. No, it's a carp. He got scared of my whopper plopper.
See that mud trail? Compelling battle. Seth Slanker, pretty decent lead respectively throughout the day. 6 pounds, 5 pounds and change to nothing. Lewis Monetti has stormed back this afternoon right before the break to get it close and now surpassed him with 15 minutes, less than 15 minutes of fishing left. Monetti has a 10-ounce lead. Seth Slanker looking for a magical 113 to get it done. We'll see if he can in the next break. Be right back.
The Strike King Bassmaster College Series, presented by Bass Pro Shops College Bracket at Lake Greenwood, brought to you live by Lews, is sponsored by
Ranger Boats, Yamaha, Toyota, Berkeley, and by Progressive.
Last 5 or 6 minutes left of fishing time in Lake Greenwood, South Carolina. Bassmaster College Series Classic bracket, it all comes down to this. We saw in the last segment, Lewis Monetti extended his lead by just a small margin, 10 ounces over Seth Slanker. Both of these anglers also experienced a loss in the last segment, breaking off a fish that they thought was influential. Both probably thought it was the fish that's going to lose them the bracket. One of them, though, is in the lead, Lewis Monetti. UNC Charlotte representative beating out Seth Slanker of Florida Gateway College at the moment. Enough time, though, like we said, 5-fish format. All you need is 1 coal. If you have enough time for 1 cast, you can still get it done. Monetti on your left, Slanker on your right. Both are fishing down to the last second. They do not have to be back at the ramp at 2:30 Eastern time. They need to be done fishing at 2:30. So they will get all of the 7 minutes or so that are left.
They're hooked up. It's got to be in the boat.
Over the gunnel.
By the time.
Horse that sucker in and swing him in, Such.
Either way, we'll have our 9th different school represented at the Classic next year. '12th different college angler.
Come on, girl. Kill switch is out. I'll do it.
Good thing you didn't have to be back. Took him about a second, but that's the most panicked second of the day.
Oh boy, no kidding.
Time I ever tell you that story in a college practice, I ran all the way down the lake to help a buddy with his boat not working. Kill switch wasn't in.
Oh man.
And I told him I would never come and help him
How
unless
far?
he
How far did you have to go?
It was like 10-minute drive. 10-minute drive down the lake. I got there and was like,
wow.
I was like, did you check the kill switch? He said, yeah, I did. And I said, check it one more time. And he, I've done that once or twice, you know. And your boat doesn't crank up its worst case scenario off the top of your head. No easy situation at all.
Yeah. Nothing logical about your thinking there.
For Lewis Monetti, he's going to make a run around this point. Enough time to fish 1 or 2 more docks, possibly. So all it takes is 1 more bite while Seth Slanker's going to ride it out on these last 2 docks or so.
Reminds me of me and the IT guy, you know, the first question. Did you plug it in? Do you have it plugged in?
Did you try shutting down and restarting?
There ain't no gas in it.
I know what your problem is.
That's my sling blade.
Just give me 30 seconds. Thank you. All right. It's meant to be. It's meant to be. I mean, how do you not laugh at that?
My clock just hit 125, 126, 4 minutes left.
That's what Lewis was just saying. Give me a 30-second heads up.
Yeah.
Little guy, little guy. No sweat. Got my tail. I don't have time to get a new tail.
Been fun to
Seems like
experience
we
a
might
new
have figured it
school
out
this
just
week.
a little too late.
Florida Gateway College, Seth Slanker, Jackson Swisher, a new school on the radar of many, especially in a fishing state like Florida.
Strong team.
We were talking about it earlier. They're kind of triangulated right between Gainesville, Jacksonville, and Tallahassee.
Okay.
Just got the 3-minute call.
Have to be weighed by 3 or 2:30? Okay, so I can reel one in if I hook. Okay, you got it. Okay, you got it.
Oh. It's to be 13 ounces to tie his smallest. It looks like it definitely will call. Probably about a 1-1.
Ain't gonna be enough, but we need one more. Whatever you say, I agree with.
1 pound, 5 ounces. 1 pound, 5 ounces. That works.
It's another half-pound call. Gonna give him a pound, 2-ounce lead.
I want to hit that tree.
Pound, 2-ounce lead now forces Seth Slanker to catch the biggest fish he's caught all day to be able to break the tie.
You have 8 pounds, 8 fish for 8 pounds, 13 ounces.
Okay, time?
Time is
Okay. Come on, 4-pounder. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. Now's the time. Over the gunnel by 231, right?
Yep. About 230. About 230.59.
Okay. Yep.
They get
Got
the
it.
just like a normal check-in for a tournament. Yes, I've used those last 59 seconds, by the way.
Brandon
That
talked
is-
about it
yes,
yesterday.
It is. You get the full allotment of 230.
That's right. Don't leave any on the table.
And 59 seconds, Ronnie.
Had my teammates riding back to the lake, or riding back to the ramp, sitting on his rain jacket, hit a big wave, it flies out, and he looks back, and I said, we cannot turn around. Made it in with 27 seconds left. If we would have turned around, we were done. Qualified for the championship that day.
Fifteen seconds.
15.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5.
You're good.
Say it's on. What's that? What's that?
Lines up.
Yep, lines out. That's it. Time's up.
I'll fall in, Bob.
I was trying to get Brian to a cannonball, but
He'll catch it. He'll catch it on camera this time.
all right, man. How'd you think your day went? How you feeling?
I don't know. It was mixed emotions. Oh crap. Just nervous wreck. I don't know what to think. Daggone. I keep hitting the kill switch off. There we go. Let's try this again. This is a nervous wreck. It's been a rough day. Caught some fish, but had a blast. It's been a great week. Lucky to be here. Can't thank everybody for all the support, and we'll see how it ends up.
Good day.
Thank you.
Fished hard, man. So as you make it on this, tell us, what do you feel right now? How do you feel like you did today? Do you think you did enough?
No, I about know I didn't. We definitely didn't do enough. So pretty down, pretty heartbroken. Just wasn't meant to be, you know. I retied that jig on that fish that broke me off. You know, it could have been pound 5 ounces just like that other one, but you know, if it was meant to be, it would have been the one. I don't know. I tell you, it felt like the right one. You know, just tough, real tough. Did what I could. I mean, I think everybody watching, I think you guys in the boat know, we gave it every second. I mean, I believed it would happen all day long. It just wasn't meant to be. So, what are you gonna do? I don't think it's gonna be that dramatic of a finish, unless by some miracle I've been guessing wrong all day. But yeah, that's about all I got. Need me to sign?
You can if you want to right there.
You got it.
Hey, it's been a pleasure.
It has.
So I can let y'all fight
It
it
has.
off.
You guys did a great job today. I'll give that to Doc.
Okay.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah, whichever.
How you feeling about kind of overall this tournament? How do you think it went for you?
It went great for what I was expecting. I didn't think I was going to do, you know, I didn't think I was going to come this far. We'll see how it shakes out, but I had a tough practice. I don't know. I'm just lost for words. Didn't think I was making it this far. Okay. Yes. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Me too. Okay.
Tommy,
Yes, sir.
one angler knew what the weights were, the other did not. They both feel like they didn't get it done.
Right,
That
right.
was 3 hours ago, though.
Yeah. Yep, there's nothing you can do about what the other guy had, and there's nothing you can know right now for either one of them,
That,
except what your own weight is.
whew, I'll tell you what, that boat ride right now for Lewis Monetti, he will remember it forever as one that he thought was the most disappointing boat ride, quiet running back. And everyone around you is about to burst from emotions to congratulate you, and they can't do it yet, they haven't done it yet.
Yeah, all the spectators had poker faces on, or he would know.
It would have definitely gave me some assurance. As soon as I hooked into her, she flashed, wrapped around the post, and couldn't do anything with her. She broke me off. Dad, you got my truck key? I ain't never seen the boat sit that low.
This old advertisement
For bullet, that's right. You got Boat Logic advertisement for being a good handle?
Most every angler on the final day of an elite event or trying to make a cut for a tournament, whatever it is, the classic, most everyone drives back to the ramp thinking they didn't get it done.
Sure.
There's very few times where you run back to the ramp knowing you won the tournament. So this is an emotion that a lot of people face, but I know for someone who has earned it and done enough, he is recounting every single flip, every single skip, every single spot, what he could have did, the spot he did. He just remembered right now a spot that he didn't hit that he should have. There's so many what ifs in his mind right now, not even knowing that he did just enough. On what was his worst weight day, the assumption is he didn't get to his target weight. He's not going to think that Seth slacked off. He's going to think that Seth did his job and got over 10 pounds like he'd been doing. It's all Lewis can think. But I like how natural and pure they both fished. They didn't fish any different.
No.
Not knowing what each other had or knowing what each other. They just did their game plan, didn't go do anything random. We saw Lewis go in the backs of pockets, fish offshore with a Carolina rig, go flip a dock, do top water. He did everything today to try to make it work. And he ended up getting the last 3 bites of the day, and they're all the ones that he needed.
And they fished, hopefully, optimistically, every minute of the day. Never let anything get them down. Now they feel a little down, just because of the uncertainty.
Oh, man.
But during the day, fishing, totally into it, not giving up.
And this is the moment. No one ever, Tommy, no one ever dreams about fishing for the $100,000. They dream about fishing for that moment that they know they achieved their dream and they accomplished it. Their skill did it. The money is fine.
Is he good?
awards, the trophies are fine.
Oh. Gotcha. What's up? Ian, don't you have my keys? Oh. I don't know. In that case, I don't know. No idea. Okay. We're still alive, so. Thanks for coming, fellas. Means a lot.
What's that?
Seth
Are you
Slanker,
pulling
the
out?
junior
Yeah,
from,
I'm
Okay.
excuse me, sophomore from Florida Gateway. Lewis Monetti, the senior, UNC, Charlie.
I think Alex has got it. Thank you, though.
Sorry, my microphone died there, Tommy. But what we were saying was, for college anglers, you don't get into college fishing to win money.
No,
You get into
no.
college fishing because you want to prove yourself on a national stage. The money doesn't matter. You know, probably even the truck and the boat don't matter necessarily. You want to know that you were the best on a given day, and this is the platform and the level you get to challenge yourself at. No doubt, the money's going to help both of them. The trucks and boats are going to help them.
John, y'all good?
And while they go and get situated on the boat, they're going to load on the trailer, go up to the Bass trailer, and make it official. We're going to stay here live with it, but we're going to recount these two fantastic anglers and how they got here to the final day. Lewis Monetti started early on day one, had a green light.
Better one.
Caught 2 keepers off of that one. Very crucial to his mornings early in this tournament. Was able to survive and advance on day one when he faced off against Trey Schroeder from McKendree University. You guys got to watch it all go down. Lewis impressed from the get-go.
Absolutely, yeah.
I wish I had your friend, not you.
Tried his luck out deep a lot more on day number one. That was kind of his game plan coming in here. But later in that day, he had some great feedback. Had a good one in the boat. Said, I'm gonna look at these boat docks a lot more. That's the one that gave him the
Second largest fish of the day, a 4-pound even. Ended giving him 10 pounds, 4 ounces on the day.
He said on the phone that topwater fish later in the day on day one gave him the hope of doing so early in the morning, was able to capitalize and get bigger bites in the morning, caught that 6-pounder. And yesterday, such a magical day. By far the biggest weight single day for an angler all week long, and that's where his expectations were coming into today. If those bit for him, he assumed Seth was going to catch those on the final day. He needed to get some weight over 10 pounds. He didn't achieve it today, but yesterday, man, it was a big flurry to get him to final day.
Phenomenal day.
1.5 pounds. That's a better than
6L,
average
4L.
fish.
We
We'll
left
take
him with
that.
14 pounds. He called up to 16 pounds, 14 ounces.
No 6-pounders today, no 4-pounders today, but in context for the tough day that it was, and this is the 4th day on the body of water for these guys, doing it on their own, 1.5 pounds, a 2.5, and a 2.5. Those 3 fish are the key-sized fish
Better than average spot.
that helped
10.5.
him get
We'll
off
take it.
on the right foot in the middle of the day, kind of, you know, that lull that everybody
baby.
had. He started to really catch him with these couple key fish. You always want to get that one bite, Tommy. I need to decide to lock this in my hand, and that 2.9 for him was I need to lock a jig in my hand. Now my 2 best fish came that way, and the rest of his fish came all day, including this last one, which gave him some pad on his lead.
5 ounces. 1 pound, 5 ounces.
Was able to close out Trey Schroeder on day one. Jackson Swisher on day number 2. 2 really good fishermen.
Had to beat both Florida Gateway anglers as well, and Seth Slanker, this is how he got it done this week on day one. Had to go up against the boater of the national championship team, Andrew Vereen.
Had trouble keeping him on. Had several hookups topwater early in the day and just decided that wasn't the way it was going to happen. Made a good decision.
Broke through, had a 3-6 kicker to give him 10 pounds, 13 ounces, and win his match by 3 pounds and change.
I believe he had the second highest weight on day one.
10 pounds, 13 ounces to put him ahead of Vereen, Andrew Vereen of Coastal Carolina.
Would have beaten Monetti that day, day one.
They both have been in the top 3 when it comes to weights every single day of competition to advance in their matchups. And on day 2, he had to fight off another guy that's fantastic,
Tyler
Christie.
Yeah.
A guy who is seasoned in the bracket, seasoned with his electronics, spotted bass, largemouth. Tyler Christie's done it all. Couple late fish. He had the lead throughout the entire day. Tyler had a slow start to his day, but for Seth Slanker, the last 2 fish of his day helped give him an extended lead, carry him into the final day where it was a 1v1 50-50 shot at the Bassmaster Classic, and Seth Slanker had to go up against the likes of Lewis Monetti. And this morning, Tommy, really got off to a solid start.
9-11 on that day, number 2 effort. And here it is, the big day.
Wanted to get his day started with top water. He was throwing a whopper plopper because they started to miss his spook. He wanted a more streamlined, straight retrieve bait. Caught him a few fish, and then he started going to his docks. And on the docks, that white chatterbait was key for him all week long, but especially these last 2 days. And for a while there, Seth Slanker was catching them consistently. Every time Lewis Monetti would catch one, he would respond with 2 or 3 of his own. Never really got the big size from day 1 when he caught that 3.5 pounder. The next 2 days, nothing really above 2 pounds for the average. He had 5 fish for just under 10 pounds yesterday, 5 fish for just under 8 pounds today.
The big fish was a 2-0 today for 7-11.
And that right there was the bite that he thought could have maybe given him a difference maker, one that could have sealed the deal for him. They both don't know, but this is the reveal and time to make it official.
It's Glenn Kale, left eye tournament director.
You can see he's a little antsy as well. This is his first time calling a champion to go to the Classic.
First and foremost, let's give these guys, both these guys, a big round of applause. It is the final day of the 2022 Strike King Bassmaster College Series bracket. I'm going to give you guys each a chance. I know you want to say some thank yous. Excuse me. Some thank yous in before we crown the champion. I'll start off with you, Seth. Anybody you would like to say hello and thank you to while we are live right quick?
I can't thank everybody enough back home for all the continued support. All my buddies that came and seen me today, got out in the water, and it was pretty cool when they pulled up. I didn't expect them to come. And this college for all the support they've given us, and everyone back home, it's insane. The whole state of Florida is rooting me on.
Mom and Dad?
Mom and Dad, I can't thank them enough. Family, friends.
Absolutely.
Wouldn't be here without them.
Absolutely. Well, man, I appreciate you guys. Both of you guys have made this a shootout today. I will tell you that we did hold a few things back, but I'm telling you, it came down to the wire, literally down to about 227 for you folks that were kind of watching, but it did come down to 227 today. So I will tell you that before we do any of this stuff right here, before we get out of here and do this, who would you like to say hello and thank you to in that camera?
I got too many people to thank. Parents, family, friends. I mean, the whole entire biz staff was out there down the water watching us. We had a blast this week. I can't thank everybody at home enough. I mean, so many thank yous to say. I honestly can't even think of everybody I need to say thank you to, but just really special week. Bunch of special people behind me. It's been a good time.
And you guys all the anglers this week have done a phenomenal job making this exactly what it is. It's the best of the best, and there's a lot at stake. The college, series is a tough road to go, and thank you guys for being as good as you guys are and sharing it and your talents with Bass. And thanks to all the online viewers back home that watched off S1 the last 2 days and Bassmaster Live. Thank you guys for that. All the support that we get from you guys and the brand, we want to say thank you. So you guys just kind of inch up here real quick. We're going to do a card reveal to reveal the champion. It came down to a mere 1 pound, 2 ounce at 227 in a few seconds today. I'll let you guys flip them. Show everybody back home.
You're lying to.
Yeah, buddy. Show everybody back home. Show everybody back home that camera.
dude.
Good job.
You're lying to me.
That's it. Stay right there. On behalf of Strike King, being the college series
You're lying.
sponsor
You're
team,
lying to me, dude.
you guys went back and forth all day long, and that last fish at 227, you sealed the deal today with 1 pound 2 ounces, and it's my honor on behalf of Bass and Strike King, welcoming you punched your ticket to the Academy Sports and Outdoor Bassmaster Classic presented by Hook. That's your check.
I feel like I'm being pranked.
What's them TV's called?
Yeah. How can you hold this thing up?
Look at that camera and tell those folks back home what this means right here. This is a dream maker week, and today your dream came true. Congratulations.
Yeah, it did. I don't know what to say. I truly am speechless. I didn't think we got it done today. It was ugly. It was gross. Somehow we did it. I want to thank everybody at home watching, everybody here. I couldn't have done it without any of them. Wow. Thank you to B.A.S.S. This is an incredible opportunity, and yeah, I don't know what to say. I'm at a loss for words.
That's what we want. Give me a hug, boy. Give me a hug, boy.
Come on, come here.
What a great moment. When Louis Manetti is at a loss for words, you know it's a pretty important moment.
That is a
Great
tough
stuff.
one. It's great to see the support, the shock and awe when you feel like you didn't get it done and it went your way that day. Every hard cast, every hard catch was worth it for Louis Manetti and UNC Charlotte.
Not pranking you, man. You made it. You're in the classic. They're all winners.
At a loss for words, who knew that a fish, the last 3 fish of his day gave him the lead and extended his lead and gave him a safety net to be able to win the 2022 Strike King Bassmaster College Series Classic Bracket presented by Lews. The entire college series presented by Bass Pro Shops. And there he is, winner, winner, chicken dinner. Louis Manetti, 8 pounds, 13 ounces, representing UNC Charlotte now in the 2023 Bassmaster Classic.
Well, congratulations to Louis Manetti, our champion, Seth Slanker, the runner-up. Also, Lewis's partner, Tyler Christie, Michael Fugaro of UNC Charlotte, our team of the year, Trey Schroeder and Tyler Christie from Kendra University, Andrew Vereen, Connor Cartmel, our national champions from Coastal Carolina, of course, Seth, whom we mentioned there, and Jackson Swisher, his partner from Florida Gateway. What a great group. Been through so much. Hats off to all them.
For Tommy Sanders, Brandon Pollock, Mike Sukon, I'm Ronnie Moore. We got to see some magic today and a lifelong dream come true. Congratulations, Louis Manetti.